Hey everybody. Happy Saturday and welcome in. Tamara, History, Tatiana, L. Williams, Laura, Nature, Roses, Aaliyah. Welcome in everybody. Yes, class is in session today. Um, Before I get started, I want to say a few things. We'll just do a little housekeeping real quick. I'm not about to necessarily spoon feed you guys any information. The reason why I'm calling this Saturday School with Woo is we're just basically going on like over everything people miss pretty much. Everything that I'm going to show you guys is stuff that's either been on the internet for the longest, it was mentioned in someone's chat. Um, People that actually have the information mentioned it on their pages. Some of this stuff is a couple years old, some of it is maybe a few weeks to a few months old, something like that. And we're just gonna kind of like put the pieces together, right? Um, the reason I want to do it this way instead of like just focusing on stuff from behind the scenes is because you guys don't believe that stuff. A lot of people don't believe it. And they kind of rather hold on to the thought of Ronnie just being this magical person basically. And for some reason, a lot of people think that Ronnie was the only good person in the whole circus, and he wasn't. Ronnie was a part of the circus as well. And a lot of people didn't realize that, but he was. Um, what else? If anybody has any issue with anything that I'm saying, you don't believe what I'm saying, anything like that, right? I'm not asking you guys to believe anything. If you choose to accept the information and put the pieces together, and see what's actually going on, great. If you don't, I swear I'm not begging you to believe it. Everybody will be okay. If you don't believe it, feel free to exit. I'm not interested in going back and forth with anybody today. So same as yesterday, we're just gonna get Nino on the screen and we're gonna keep going. Um, we will start. Um, We'll start with kinda like a background on Ronnie, pretty much, and I didn't really go back and pull anything up from this because I feel like most people have been around long enough to kinda, um, know that Ronnie was around for a long time. So Ronnie was, Chrisean's high school sweetheart. Ronnie was to Chrisean what Jaden is to Blueface, basically. No matter what they do, they're gonna ride with them regardless. So, like Blueface, no matter what he does, Jaden is gonna ride with him regardless. It's the same thing with Ronnie and Chrisean. Chrisean could quite literally get away with murder with Ronnie, and he would do absolutely anything that she wanted him to, up until I want to say it was a couple days before he died. Um, so I feel like most people have kind of heard about like the teenage years kind of, I guess I would say with Chrisean and Ronnie. It was a lot that went on. At one point, Chrisean ended up moving in with Ronnie. I think everybody has heard the stories about how Ronnie used to have to like make her wake up and take a shower, brush her teeth, stuff like that. He would drop her off at school. She wouldn't stay at school. She would leave and go sell coochie basically. And we've talked about over here before about how Krishan was a prostitute when she was in high school. So that was going on. There's talk about how Krishan used to sleep with Ronnie's friends and then just basically tell him who cares pretty much. Like she didn't care about what he thought about it and anything like that. There was an incident where Krishan put a gun to Ronnie's mom's head. He did beat her up for that, of course, but he was still with her afterwards. And then the main situation, one of the main situations that I want to talk about today, um, is Ronnie's role in the unaliving of what would be Krishan's second victim, and that's Mr. V. Um, Ronnie did not commit that murder, but he took the fall for it basically, so Krishan could stay free. Um, and him basically finally deciding to come clean about it and what actually happened that day is actually what ended Ronnie pretty much. Um, but we'll get to that. Um, Let me see. Hold on just a second, y'all. Okay, so the first video that we're gonna look at, this was from like, um, I want to say this whole live was like an hour long, and I just got like a little clip of it, and we're gonna go over it, but I'm gonna let it play and then we'll go over it.
You seen him grabbing her, you feel me, did that. We ran out the building.
What I do?
Shorty was still.
What I do?
You kept that nigga, bro. You know what's up,
Where
bro.
that nigga got, bro? Where that nigga got hit at, bro? Cause these bitches keep playing on Instagram, bro. Where that nigga got hit?
He got in his head.
How many times?
Twice.
How many? How many?
Twice.
And you said they was where?
In his head.
Tell them bitches stop playing, bro. Niggas are really head tap some shit out there.
Bro, they called them peoples on us, bro.
Bro, how I had to turn myself in, bro?
Bro, you had to turn, cause she told.
Bro. Tell them motherfuckers how the whole SWAT team shot from North La Brea all the way up to Melrose off. Then they sent the fucking GTA helicopter out that bitch to hover around the building. And
bro,
then they had
I went down.
Bro, tell them how a nigga came out the building, bro.
Nigga, we had to come out the building. Motherfuckers, people from church went downstairs. They took I was the only one with my phone left because your phone got lost. You remember that?
Yeah. It was,
they took my number, bro. They took my number. They went downstairs, bro, and the police was down there. It's like, oh yeah, the police down here. Just y'all come down here one by one with your hands up behind your head, walking backwards, bro. As soon as I went down that bitch, bro, they slammed the fuck out me, bro. Slammed the fuck out me. They locked me up. They told me not to look that way. Then you came down, and then she came down on some tripping shit, bro. Like, niggas better stop playing with this shit, boy.
So basically, bro, you feel me? All I wanted you to get on here to do is just to let them people know your side of the story, you feel me? Because it's easy me on here just hear from another horse mouth.
Niggas already knew what it was, because you feel me? I've been saying what it was, bro. You feel me? That's why she had went on Instagram that one time, bro. Was like, oh, Draco, you lying. Fuck you, this, that, and the third, bro. You already know, bro.
So, do anybody got any questions before I let my dog go? Because now I'm about to get back on my shit.
So that was Ronnie and I guess somebody else that was there when it happened or whatever. I don't know what role he played because Chrisean and Ronnie both did some lying with this situation, so I don't even know what role this one at the bottom truly played. However, when we're talking about Ronnie's character, right? This is somebody's family that Ronnie is talking about. And they didn't do anything to Chrisean. Chrisean was sent to unalive that man. It wasn't random. She wasn't being sexually assaulted. We talked before on this channel about how Chrisean's go-to is SA. Nothing was happening with Chrisean. She was sent to unalive that man. She got paid $10,000 for it. Ronnie knows that he did not commit this murder. He knows he didn't, but he still was willing to take the charge for Chrisean. He had to go sit down. I want to say it was for like, I don't know if he said it in this clip, but I think it was a few months or something like that because they got him on like they lowered it down to like a self-defense charge pretty much. And that's, he just served a few months for it, but still, he still was willing to lose his freedom just to protect Chrisean so she wouldn't have to go. Like that's how much he really would just do anything in the world for Chrisean, right? But back to what I was saying about this being somebody's family member. This live was almost an hour long, I want to say. And if y'all have time, y'all can go back and watch it. It's still on YouTube. A couple clip pages have it on YouTube. But in it, he's going into detail and he's talking in circles, and then he keeps on pausing for like minutes at a time. And it's like he's like coming up with this story all over again, trying to add new pieces to it, everything else. Of course, he had to add somebody else in it to try to corroborate the story. All of it, like none of this happened for real. Like 98% of what Ronnie said in that live didn't actually happen. It didn't. Like that's how big of a liar Ronnie was, that he would put this story out, he put this narrative out, and he would keep on going on with it. And then, like I said, this is somebody's family member. They're watching all this. While like Ronnie was referring to Mr. V as Heaven Yo in the live. Like, do you know how disrespectful that is? And he's just sitting up telling this whole story that didn't happen. But this is the type of person Ronnie was. He was really no different than Chrisean. Ronnie was also an informant. This same case is what made Ronnie an informant, just like it made Chrisean an informant. Ronnie was a thief, just like Chrisean was. All that. Ronnie was no stranger to putting on a show and straight up lying for Chrisean at all. And I want to show y'all this next clip that we're gonna go to for Ronnie.
Hey, Seven, you want to tell him? Hey, tell him. Hey, Seven, you want to tell him or you want me to tell him? You want me to tell him, Seven? I'm going to tell him. She said, no, do not. I'm going to tell him, Seven. Either you going to tell him or I'm going to tell him. Which one? Let me know. You got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Oh, you don't? You don't remember? You don't remember when niggas got caught in the G-Wagon? Because y'all drove through the fucking Easy Pass? You don't remember that? Guess who that G-Wagon was on the way to? Guess who that G-Wagon was on the way to? I don't give a fuck. Y'all motherfuckers keep acting dumb, bro. Like, come on now. Cuz, what's up, man? You talking about some cuz, you right there, nigga. I just hollered at you, now I was facing that way, man. You ain't pay me no attention, man. Fuck, yo. Yeah, though, yo. I swear to God, yo, when she got booked, you could ask Seven, yo. Ask Seven the Sag, yo. She in this bitch right here commenting somewhere. Her name's Seven the Sag.
Ray, I don't know how long you've been in my live, but I'm pretty sure I said a few minutes ago that I'm not going back and forth with this today. Why would you create this? You don't want her to shine? Are you talking about Ronnie or are you talking about me? I don't, because I'm not understanding. We're not rooting for Chrisean over here. Like we're not rooting for Chrisean. We're talking about how Chrisean has been running amok, creating nothing but destruction and chaos, all that. I don't give a fuck about Chrisean's stream or anything else. That has nothing to do with anything. No, I don't want Chrisean to shine. I don't want that dust ball to shine. Why would I want her to shine? This live is literally talking about all the like part of the shit that she does, how she destroys families, lives, everything else. Why would I want her to shine? Let me go ahead. I got something for you though. Don't worry about it. Dumbass questions. You don't want her to shine? Fuck no. Why would I want?
For me, no.
Cancel that bitch. I'll buy it.
Let me play one more time for you so you get the picture.
For me, no.
Cancel that bitch. I'll buy it.
Go ahead and get you up out of here. And for anybody else that's in the back and they want to start asking these dumbass questions, talking about Chrisean shining or anything else, I don't give a fuck about Chrisean. Like, why are we talking about her shining? Do you know how many people like Chrisean has had a hand in their death. She's murdered them, all the people she's hurt, everything else. And we're talking about a bitch shining. Chrisean's time is done. That's why she's sitting on stream exploiting her special needs child now. Her time is done. There is no more shining. The fuck are y'all talking about? Anyway, let's get back to Ronny and his bullshit.
She on this bitch. She'll tell you they was on the way to me with that motherfucking G-Wagon, and I ain't even asked for the bitch. Buddy, what up?
That was Ronny talking about how the G-Wagon, if y'all remember, Chrisean stole Blueface's G-Wagon, tried to drive it across the country from California to Baltimore. She got pulled over in Oklahoma. Car was full of drugs. It wasn't just weed like she likes to claim it was. The car was absolutely full of drugs. It was dirty as hell. It was nasty. And Ronny is claiming that Chrisean was bringing the G-Wagon to him. So not Chrisean. Ronny wasn't any different than Chrisean. He was involved in the same type of shit Chrisean was. They were still thick as thieves at all times. No matter what Chrisean says about how they stopped talking, they never stopped talking. Never. Up until a couple days before he died, they never stopped talking. Ever. Let's move on though. Where do we want to go next? Let's go into, I want to get to the Sean Malone story that Ronny told, because the next part, I really want y'all to understand like how bad of a liar Ronny was, like how much he actually got on the internet and lied. And some of this stuff y'all could have easily just debunked if y'all were willing to do the work with it, right? So let's get into this story that Ronny told about Sean Malone.
I don't even really know what I'm going up against, man, because for the longest I was wondering like how was this young lady getting out of so many different scenarios, but I had to realize that the guy that she made me think was her godfather, it's really her dad, but he also is her get out of jail free card. That's why every time she gets in trouble in Maryland, her and Tifa, they get scot free, walk away, no charges, no nothing, it's good.
So her dad's that white dude that you was posting on your IG story?
Yes, that's her dad, bro.
Oh wow, damn! I thought he was like an actor or something.
Man, this is like some power shit, bro. Like 50 Cent need to freaking look into her life, man, and see if he can make a documentary of her shit. This shit is crazy, bro.
Damn.
Her dad, like, it's crazy, man. All right, so look, this is how Chrisean and Tasiki was born, because Tasiki is her Tifa. That's the sister that she went by on the Zeus kept saying, oh, you made me eat your when I was 7. So Tasiki and Chrisean are both the light-skinned sisters. They basically the only Malones of all of Charlotte kids. Charlotte is their mother. So Sean Malone used to be a truck driver back in the day. So his wife, Lisa Malone, used to sell dope, but she also was like a little madam. That's basically like a female pimp. Right. So she used to lure in all the beautiful females in the city by giving them dope. And when they couldn't feed, they don't have it no more. She had them, you know, as lot lizards basically, selling their So Charlotte, long story short, was one of her best hoes. She still is very beautiful. You get what I'm saying? Like Rashawn's mother is beautiful, man. Like inside and out, she's beautiful. That was just like, you know, her downfall, unfortunately. So long story short, Lisa was her, you know, dealer / you know, pimp. So when he didn't have any more money to basically feed her habit, Lisa, you know, would put her out there or some plays, and you know, that's how she would get her fixed. Long story short, Lisa met Sean, and Sean took a liking into Charlotte. He liked Charlotte a lot. He ended up basically having Chrisean and Tifa with Charlotte. And he could never like do nothing with Charlotte because like she was all dope, but she was beautiful, but also because Lisa wouldn't let him. Lisa is Sean's wife.
Oh, okay.
So long story short, this is when I found out like this is her dad, bro. It was one day I had just came home from the body and Sean was trying to take a charge from me. My bad.
Oh, you good, homie? You good?
I'm sorry. What was I saying before I had my little?
You said something like you just came home from a body, and then Chrisean was gonna trying to take charge for you.
Okay, yeah. So I just came home. Chrisean was ready to take a charge from me, right? So when she took the charge and she got down to jail, this was my red flag that I never paid attention to. She was so geeked to take the charge from me, but she never took the charge from me before. Her father, right before her taking that charge from me, her father had basically like came back into their life and made connection with them. Lisa was always like trying to force him to stay away from his daughters, but he was always on some shit like having that guilty conscience. You get what I'm saying? So long story short, he got pulled in the city. He's a politician. He's a lawyer. So he went and had Fox come out and do a segment on Chrisean and Tifa. If you do some digging, you'll see Chrisean was on Fox Baltimore when she was like 17. This is because of her dad. Chrisean also was on Ultimate Tag. This is also because of her dad and the string that he pulled to get her on there. There's
Ultimate Tag, that's kind of like that ninja show thing she was on, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
Chrisean Shawnee Malone and Mercedes French. Here's Shawnee.
I'm the youngest in the competition. I've been through more than most. It was a struggle growing up, and I was even homeless. Athletics saved me. It was like an outlet for me to put all my stress, all my pain on the track. I want to win Ultimate Tag and put myself through college, and I'm going to win tonight.
So there's a lot of, this was when I knew something wasn't right. She told Blueface that her supposedly dad tried to touch her. She told me that her dad was her godfather. So she was trying to lie to evade the truth about who this guy was to her. To where though one day when I confronted her about it, like I said, when she took the charge, so the state that I'm in, you go straight to the county jail. Once you get to the county jail, you see a commissioner. The commissioner determines if they want to let you out. Chrisean did not go to a county jail. She went to the precinct, called her dad, and they let her go from the precinct. She knew that I was going to be on the test, so she walked away from the precinct, and I found her on the side of Telegraph Road. This girl's father, like I was telling you, is he has a law firm. He's a politician now. Baltimore City is real.
So that was Ronnie telling this bullshit about how Charla was one of Sean Malone's girls. And if y'all remember, at one point Ronnie said that Sean Malone was a truck driver and that he met Charla like while he was driving trucks and blah blah blah, right? That's not true. It is true that Sean Malone is a big politician. Sean Malone and Lisa both participate in like a big sex ring, and that's how Sean Malone got into contact with Chrisean pretty much. Chrisean used to work for Sean Malone. She did not meet that man until she was 17. That's not her dad. Eugene is her dad. I don't know, literally the same way people come up with this whole thing about Ronnie being Junior's dad. That's exactly the logic that they're using for Sean Malone being Chrisean's dad. They have the same last name, as if Malone isn't a common last name. But y'all never hear anybody else saying anything about how the rest of Chrisean's siblings are Sean Malone's kids too. You know, I think Chrisean has either 5 or 6 other siblings that also have the Malone last name. Nobody ever says nothing about them dark-skinned ones being Sean Malone's kids. Like, y'all, like, people are literally just saying that that's her dad because they have the same last name and because Chrisean is light-skinned, Tifa is light-skinned. But Eugene Malone's family is also mixed. His family is like Irish and something else. And if y'all seen pictures of Chrisean's grandma, the bigger lady with like the gray hair or whatever, she was light-skinned. And we've talked about this over on this channel before. Black women can create any shade. So I'm not sure why like anybody is hung up on that. Oh, she looks the same, anything else. This is a white man. Chrisean's dad has Irish heritage in him. Like it. And if you really look at Sean Malone and Eugene Malone, and I didn't get a picture of Eugene Malone because I really didn't plan on talking about him. But they have damn near the same nose. You can tell that Chrisean's dad is also mixed with something too if you actually look at him. He doesn't just look like a standard black man or anything. Just like Charla isn't just black and that's it. She's mixed too. There's no big conspiracy theory behind who Chrisean's dad is. Chrisean's dad is Eugene Malone. It's not Sean Malone. Sean Malone is her sugar daddy. She used to work for him. That was basically her pimp at one time, right? And we're going to get into more of that later. But that's just what it is. Now, I talked about how let me pull it up. Ronnie said that Sean Malone was a truck driver at one point. Sean Malone was never a truck driver. All you guys had to do, for those of y'all that have never seen this before, right? This is literally just Sean Malone's background. And I'm not going to go through all of this. Y'all can screenshot it if you want to and read it. But it's basically just talking about Sean Malone's career. But if y'all want to take a screenshot and read it, there's the pause. There's the third page. And we're going to start right here, right? So, Chrisean was born in 2000, right? So that means she would have been conceived sometime in 1999, right? So, where's it at? So on the bottom right, it says it's just talking about what he was involved in. So during the 1999 time frame, right, he was a field coordinator for the mayor, June 1999 through November 1999, right? So at that point, Chrisean would already been conceived, Charlotte's pregnant with her, everything like that, right? So how was he a truck driver if he was a field coordinator? He was already working in the political world, all that, right? Then we want to go to Teseki. Teseki is, I want to say she's 6 or 7 years older than Chrisean. So Chrisean was born in 2000. Tifa was like 92, 93. Now, if we go up here, right, graduate school. He graduated from graduate school in 1991. Law school. He was in law school until 1998. Do y'all think he was a truck driver? Put a one in the chat if you still think he was a truck driver. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. Okay, so we're on the same page. So that's debunked now, right? Like, Sean Malone was never a truck driver. That story that Ronnie told was bullshit, straight up lying. All y'all had to do was Google it. That's it. Y'all didn't need somebody from behind the scenes to come out and debunk the story for y'all, anything like that. All y'all have to do is pay attention to the stuff these people say, and a lot of this stuff you can unravel it yourself for real. You don't need anybody else to do it for you. And at the time, Charlotte very well may so have been a prostitute and working truck stops and shit. She very most may so well have, but Sean Malone was not one of her customers. She did not know that man until Chrisean was a teenager, because that's when Chrisean met him. And that's how Sean Malone was introduced to that family, was through Chrisean. So how was that her dad? Anyway, well, let's move on to the next thing. The next thing, we're gonna move over into the snitch allegation. So, like I said, Ronnie was an informant too, right? Let me get this video. Actually, let me get this picture pulled up first. So, while I was looking for stuff for this video, I came across this, and I remember this situation too. And so Corey posted this, of course. Shout out to Corey as always. So this is Mr. V's daughter. And she was in a comment section. This was a comment that she left. And it says, "My father was anything but a demon. You gonna stop playing on his name. The real demons in this story are the 2 individuals who chose to lie, sign a plea deal, and become confidential informants for the federal authorities. The 2 people she's talking about is Chrisean and Ronnie. That's how neither one of them really served time for the murder of Mr. V, because both of them became informants." Asked that individual why the case was sealed. What led them to pick that specific area? These 2 are experts at experts at portraying themselves as victims. Inquire why his partner called my family using her boyfriend's phone. She seemed to take pleasure in taunting us, admitted that she lied while laughing, something we were already aware of. That I want y'all to remember that too. That Chrisean was taunting the victim's family. She was taunting Mr. V's family. She was using Blueface's phone to call their family and taunt them. And they already knew that she was the one that unalived him. But that's important for later. Just remember that. They already knew. She had plenty to say about him. It's time to reveal who truly took my father's life. She's talking about Chrisean. So I'm gonna play this video real quick. Where is it at? Hold on. Here we go.
Turn their cameras off. Everyone is already aware that we require cameras on at all times, so that's not a big deal. All right, guys, so let's get started, and please mute your mics. Thank you. So this particular meeting is extremely important, and that is why we have 331 people in attendance today, which is incredible. And thank you guys for all coming. We're very strategic with all of the invites, so please refrain from mentioning certain names in the meeting today, please. The main goal is to focus on the information provided by Jeremy, Kaylee, and our guest speakers. They will be sharing all of that information that we've been eagerly awaiting. Just a quick side note, after the meeting, we will share a small portion with the other patrons, but Nate and I will review what is suitable. And saying all of that, I want you guys to be aware of your comments and questions. We do have the Vasquez family in attendance today. We also have the Coast to Coast partners, along with, just an FYI to the two people, the Chicago and Oklahoma teams, and our wonderful veteran sub families. So basically that should indicate the significance of this meeting. And so it should be clear to everyone that Ms. Malone's time is approaching. And yes, this meeting concerns the legal and informant status of Ms. Malone, the entire meeting, Chicago and Oklahoma.
So the video part of it, that's a conference about Chrisean, her informant status. Of course, hold on, let me rewind it back. So this girl up in the top corner, that's Taz, that's Mr. V's daughter. And then, so when they say that the Vasquez family is in attendance, that's her. So then this comment was left by Peter on a video, or in a chat. It's from Corey too. I was at the meeting. It was a Zoom meeting with the law, and a piece was shared on Patreon, and my source got for me. And let's move forward. Rock ain't no regular snitch. You notice her nephew keeps saying killers travel. Pay attention. They all know Rock traveled to unalive Vasquez, and she got a bag for it. $10,000 bag to be exact. So that's the end of the video. But I have this comment up on the screen. Let me go back real quick.
He's a politician now. Baltimore City is real. Barbara, right before her taking that, and Sean, life in sir. So there's a lot of
put all my stress, all my pain on the track. I want to win Ultimate Tag and Athletics saved me. It was like an outlet for me to put all my stress, all my pain on the track. I want to win Ultimate Tag and put myself through college, and I'm going to win tonight.
So do y'all hear how articulate Chrisean can be? Like I said before in here, Chrisean is not as dumb as people think she is. Chrisean is also a nutcase, so she can switch back and forth. Of course, y'all know, well, some of us know by now that she has alters, everything else. Chrisean is not completely stupid. She's not. Chrisean knows how to adapt herself to certain situations when she needs to. So the shit that she does on internet, a lot of times, a lot of that is her just playing and keeping up the facade that she's just straight up stupid at all times. Don't get me wrong. She's not the smartest in the book at all. She still has dumb ways, but Chrisean is excellent at manipulating people. So if she needs to switch, she knows how to switch her voice up, her tone up. She knows how to talk like she has some sort of intelligence, everything else. She's been doing it for a long time now. And if y'all think about it, this was back when she was 17 years old. I think she was 17 in this, either 17 or 18, something like that. But now that she's older, y'all think she hasn't gotten better in situations where she actually needs to play the role? Chrisean's not as stupid as people think she is. She's dumb, but she's not completely stupid. So yeah, a chameleon, exactly. So she can adapt to the situations that she needs to. So a lot of the shit that she portrays online, um, she can switch it up when she needs to. That's why she's a CI. And like I said before, Chrisean has put some big names away. So she can get right off in the rooms that she needs to be in, and get her job done. That's why they've kept her as a CI so long. Um, let me see, where are we at? So we talked about the snitch allegation. So y'all know Ronnie was also a snitch now. And like I said before, I don't think Ronnie was I don't think he was necessarily at a federal level. I haven't seen like a confirmation of it. I think Ronnie was a baby snitch and Chrisean is a big snitch. So Chrisean is definitely a federal informant. And I want to say Ronnie is at like a much lower level. Yeah, her voice does change a lot. You know, her alters come out, the friends in her head, stuff like that. Her voice changes all the time. Shapeshifter. Yeah, y'all see her looking different all the time too. Sometimes Chrisean looks like a rat to me, and then sometimes she doesn't. Um, and I'm like, no pun intended at all, but sometimes Chrisean really does look like a rat to me. It's very fitting that she would be a informant. Um, yeah, her looks aren't that great now. Yes, the baby snitch. He definitely wasn't as big of a snitch as Chrisean. Um, let me see. So the next part we're gonna get over into Junior. And I don't have that much for Junior, but I more so want y'all to think about some stuff, right? So I'm gonna put this picture up. And I want to say this about people comparing Junior to Ronnie. Y'all don't even know what Junior looks like for real. Because off the top of my head, I think there's like one or two pictures of Junior on the internet that's just straight up him, no filters, no editing, no nothing. That's why Chrisean likes to keep his face covered up while she's out and about. She doesn't like people taking pictures of him or anything like that because he does not look like this. Now, if y'all remember when this picture of Junior came out on the left, it was of him propped up on that little bike or whatever, Chrisean acting like he could ride a bike, and now what earlier today she's showing herself allegedly teaching him how to walk. Everything about that picture was cap, including the face. This is not what Junior looks like. She edited his face too, and then y'all are using it as a picture to compare to Ronnie. Like I don't get that. I don't get that. And y'all do that with so many like edited pictures of Junior. Y'all put him up next to Ronnie and say he looks like Ronnie. Junior don't look like nobody but Chrisean and his disability. I'm sorry. Like, if anybody's offended by that, I'm sorry, but he does not look like Ronnie for real. Y'all force it. Y'all force it so bad. And I get it. Y'all want Ronnie to be the father. And the only reason y'all really want Ronnie to be the father, let's really talk about it right now, is because he was portraying himself to go against Chrisean on the internet. That's what y'all do. Anybody that goes against Chrisean, y'all automatically believe it. That's the only reason why y'all were rooting so hard for Ronnie, because if y'all actually paid attention to Ronnie's behavior and the different shit he was doing, Ronnie was obviously running game. So when y'all use these pictures, oh, he looks, I saw somebody one day, they said, oh, well, Junior has sandy brown hair just like Ronnie. Ronnie's hair was black. It wasn't sandy brown. And Junior's hair is sandy brown because he's malnourished. It's not a trait for him. It's not a DNA trait for him. His hair is sandy brown because he's malnourished. That's what happens when you're not getting all the nutrients and vitamins that you're supposed to have. You know what I'm saying? So when y'all say that Ronnie and Junior look alike, either A, you're forcing it, or B, y'all are saying that Ronnie looks slow too. I'm sorry, but Junior, you can see the FAS features all over his face, literally from forehead to chin. He don't look like nobody but Chrisean and his medical condition. That's it. He does not look like Ronnie. because that's not his father. And we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into who the actual father is, all that. Let me see where we're going next with it. Oh, let me highlight. Let me bring this video back up. Hold on. So this video right here, this video was posted on October 1st, 2023. So that's a little bit less than a month after Junior was born, right? At the very beginning of this video, Ronny made like a slight little comment about being Junior's father or something, but then he never said anything else about it after that. Like I said, this whole hour plus long live was nothing but Ronny talking about this murder that happened, the G-Wagon, and then a lot of it is him just, it's almost like he's buffering, like trying to make up new pieces to the story and stuff like that, because he'll just take a bunch of long breaks. That's why I didn't play the video, because most of it, it's over an hour long, but most of it is just him stalling to tell the story. I think Nature said something about that earlier, about how Ronny was in interviews and he bought the girl up and like he wouldn't just get to the story. That's what he did. He did a lot of talking in circles, all that shit, right? So like I said, this video was posted on October 1st, 2023. After this, Ronny didn't have anything else to say about being Junior's father at all for over a year, until October 22nd, 2024. So over a year later was when Ronny started talking about being Junior's father again, right? And what happened around October 2024? Like Blueface was in jail, right? So Chrisean, she couldn't play around on the internet with Blueface no more. She had just got out of jail, all that stuff. Chrisean needed a new storyline. And what did Chrisean do? She got with her main thing, which was Ronny, because they were very much so still in contact. They were still having sex, all that, right? And they concocted a little plan. And basically they were going to say Ronny was going to go on this, like he did his whole campaign of saying that Junior was the father. And then she was going to do her little 1-2 clap back, stuff like that. But it was all just to play with the internet. That was a scheme between Chrisean and Ronny. It was never real. They were still talking behind the scenes. They were still having sex behind the scenes, all that. Like that's what was going on. It was all a play on the internet, and that's it. So this next video, this is the day that Ronny refreshed his interest in being Junior's father, allegedly. But I'm gonna play this video. This video is from Lola Lee. Shout out to her. The reason specifically why I'm using Lola Lee's video is because she said a couple things in it that I want y'all to pay attention to. She said something at the beginning and then she said something at the end. And I kind of fast forwarded it through at one point, but I want y'all to pay attention to what she said and then also pay attention to Ronnie's like demeanor and how he's acting too.
Chrisean Jesus. And he's saying that around the time that Chrisean got pregnant, she was back and forth to Baltimore. And that's why he's saying that he could be the father. Now, if y'all recall, Ronny has said on numerous occasions that he's not the father. Anyway, listen to this.
Can't make this shit up. Y'all weird as y'all weird as you. Right there, watching on your motherfucking screen. You. Come on, bro. Stop reporting my live, bro. Is y'all cool? Is y'all good? Like, on a serious note, I want to know why y'all keep trying to keep me quiet. Why don't y'all want me to speak? What the f*** y'all hiding? Like, be for real. Just let it know. All I'm saying is Blue need to come and get me. We could both be chairman at the label, writing music for our baby mothers. What's the difference? Tell me, what's the difference? I'll wait. what y'all fail to realize. Roll up the sleeves for this one. This is what y'all fail to realize. This is my life. This is my life. This is just a storyline for y'all. This is just something that y'all wake up and y'all be like, damn, dummy. Look what's going on today. For me, this is what I wake up to every morning. This is what I go to sleep to every night. Wake up and smell the coffee. Like, come on, bro. Like, Hey the World TV. You dead wrong, bro. I'm waiting. All I'm saying is, what y'all fail to realize is, Chrisean Jesus Porter was born in Baltimore, Maryland. Right or right? Right. All right. Cool. Stay with me. 2. Y'all got me sweating. It's getting hot. It's getting hot in here, y'all. Got me sweating. It's getting hot. Hold on. Gotta come up out this hoodie, man. It's getting hot. It's getting real. Woo! It's hot. But yeah. What y'all failing to realize is, this is my life.
I found the perfect bag that fits everything that I need for every occasion. The Coach City Tote first.
This is just entertainment for y'all. All I'm asking is for us to hold adults accountable. If Junior is not my son, I deserve to have that proven to me through what? A DNA test. If Junior is not my son, the DNA test will prove that. Right or wrong? Right. Any father on here, any real man, stand-up man that potentially has the privilege of being a father would want to make things right and would want to know if that's his child. Yeah. Around that time, Blue know what's up. Chrisean was back and forth from what? LA to Baltimore. LA to Baltimore. Y'all know that. Every single last one of y'all know that. She told y'all out her own mouth. I'm not here to expose nobody. I'm not going to sit here and tell y'all, oh, why is Tasiki and Sean not cool? I'm not going to tell y'all that. I'm not going to tell y'all that. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I want to know if Junior is my son or not. I got a family. My last name Kane. It's a possibility that after me, my family name won't go no more. I'm the last. Y'all get up. For real. This ain't that. And I'm going to show you something.
All right, you guys heard what he had to say. In my humble opinion, I think this is definitely a clout move. I have no idea what's going on, but it seems like maybe possibly somebody in the background is working with Ronny.
So y'all heard Ronny, but what I wanted y'all to pay attention to that Lola Lee said, because it's true. In the beginning, she said that Ronny had denied Junior several times. He kept saying that he was not Junior's father. So that year that I mentioned, right, in between where Ronny wasn't talking about Junior, Ronny was also denying Junior on every single live that he did. If there would be people in the comments saying, oh, is Junior your son? Go get your son, blah, 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 right? Ronny would respond and he would say, that's not my child. That's what Lola Lee is talking about. And back then, right, nobody was really paying attention to Ronny like that. So a lot of people missed it, but he was denying Junior every chance he got. And then he popped up out of nowhere with this video. So when she says she's confused and she doesn't know what's going on, that's because Ronny was quite literally, he was denying Junior for all that time. Who else does that? Bouncing back and forth between denying Junior and like everybody was playing with Junior. Ronnie was no different. And then at the end, right? She said that it seemed like somebody else was working with Ronnie behind the scenes. That was Chrisean. That's why it seemed like somebody else was working with him behind the scenes because it was Chrisean. It was nobody else but Chrisean. Her and Ronnie just playing on the internet with everybody. Where do we want to go with it next? Hold on. Oh, let me talk about Ronnie's behavior. Because y'all are talking about how Ronnie talks just like her and all that clapping and all the extra theatrics and shit that he's doing, right? For some reason, people were looking at this and they were thinking that Ronnie was serious. Somebody that's doing all this extra shit, all the clapping, making jokes, all kinds of other shit, anybody that's serious about paternity and they actually care about like trying to find out if they're the father of a child, they're not doing all this extra bullshit and making jokes about it the way Ronnie did. Like Ronnie was so unserious for real. Like let me get to this part, right? Hold on. This part right here.
Come up out this hoodie, man. It's getting hot. Got me sweating. It's getting hot. Hold on. Gotta come up out this hoodie, man. It's getting hot. It's getting real. Woo! It's hot. But yeah. What y'all failing to realize is this is my life.
I found the perfect bag that fits everything.
All that extra shit Ronnie was doing, let me take off this sweater, it's getting hot, woo, all this extra. He was trying to buy time to like think about what he was going to say next. That's what Ronnie was doing. Like this bullshit that Ronnie was on was so unserious. It really was. And he used to do shit like this all the time and y'all just go for it. And I don't think there's a lot of people were saying that Ronnie was extremely articulate and stuff like that, but I don't think there's a single interview that Ronnie did where he didn't do all the extras. He wasn't forgetting what it was that he was saying. People would ask him a question, he would completely run off topic. He would half-ass answer the question. People would have to repeat the question, stuff like that. If he was serious about like Junior and he really thought Junior was his son, that would have not have been how he carried those interviews. Because I didn't see nothing articulate about what Ronnie was doing, especially not this. Let me see. Where else we at? Oh, I got something for y'all. I want to show y'all something. We're going to talk about the fact that Ronnie was making money off of this. Because I've seen a few people say that Ronnie wasn't making any money off of this. He was just doing it because he really wanted Junior, right? And so I've talked to y'all. I think I've talked to y'all before about how I want to say it was over 50 different like content creators, regular people. It was women though. All of them were women and he was in their DMs, he's begging for money, all that shit, right? And people were sending it. And he was getting paid off the interviews he was doing and everything, right? So, let's look at this. Hold on. So, this is this was from before Ronnie died, but Ronnie was basically begging for money for a flight to get home. And he was saying that he was scared for his life and people were after him and blah blah blah. That wasn't true. Ronnie was making shit up. He just wanted y'all to spend that money and so he didn't have to spend his. So in the text, right? This is from I don't think this is a content creator. I think this is just a regular person. It might be a content creator though. I don't know. It says I got a few prices. I told him have something by noon and to lay low and told them, but says he is terrified. Sean Malone is wicked as fuck and it looks like he really is her father. He said before he leaves, he wants to tell me something in case anything goes wrong en route. I guess for proof. That makes me even more scared for him. You were scared for nothing. If you're watching this video, whoever this is in these screenshots, you were scared for nothing because nothing was going on with Ronnie. Ronnie was perfectly fine. He was in cahoots with Chrisean. he was in alignment with Chrisean, which means he was good with Sean Malone, basically. Nobody was doing nothing to him. He just wanted y'all to pay for shit for him. So he would get in the DMs and he would make up stories about how he was scared. He needed help to do this. He needed help to do that. And people were sending him money. People were sending him money. Also, Ronnie was in these bitches' DMs and he was exchanging nudes with some of them. At one point, a picture of Ronnie's manhood got leaked, everything else. Ronnie was doing the most in these DMs while he was supposed to be, allegedly, right? While he was supposed to be on this campaign advocating for Junior. This is what was going on in the DMs. Ronnie was begging, right? Let's get to this too, right? Y'all see this picture, you are not the father, and then he tags Maury. I'm gonna play this video of him talking to Carlissa.
Feel like Zeus manipulated the results to control the narrative. And I personally think that Maury needs to get involved. And I personally think that somebody would be awful sad if they waited until the 18th birthday of Chrisean Jr. to find out that you are not the father.
Of course, he wanted some more exposure, basically. That's all he wanted, and see if he could get a check off that. Ronnie did not need, if Ronnie was serious about Junior, right? He did not need to go on the Maury show to prove that. Another thing that happened while Ronnie was on his little campaign or whatever, right? I wasn't able to get all the way back in Corey's page and find this, but if y'all want to, I'm pretty sure it's still on Corey's page. I don't know if y'all remember this, but Ronnie was working with like I guess I'll say a parental a father advocate, like a single father advocacy group kind of thing, right? So there was this guy that was going to help Ronnie establish paternity, like show him how to fill out the court paperwork, all that stuff, right? And so Corey was the only one that I remember covering this. I don't remember anybody else covering this at all. But he was supposed to be working with this man, and when it came time for like them to go to court together, right? Ronnie just stopped responding to all messages. He didn't show up or anything like that. And the guy came out and he was like, Ronnie's not serious, because he just skipped out on everything, basically. So that was another thing. If he was serious and somebody's trying to help you establish paternity, and that's a whole advocacy group pretty much, and they're willing to work with you for free and help you do it, and then you just stop doing it, and nobody thought that was crazy at all. Nobody thought that was weird that somebody's offering to help him for free and he's still not doing it. However, right, y'all remember when Ronnie created a GoFundMe account and he was saying that it was for his legal fees to get a lawyer and all that shit, right? He already had somebody that was going to help him do it for free. And so he created this GoFundMe for legal fees, and y'all were donating to it, and he was spending y'all money. All this was for Ronnie. This is why Ronnie was doing it, because Chrisean asked him to do it, because Chrisean needed a storyline, because Blueface was locked up and she needed something else to make her relevant again. You remember she had just got out of prison or jail, wherever she was. And then Ronnie was making money off of it. And I don't care who's saying, oh, he wasn't making money off of it. Yes, he was. He absolutely was. And then let me get into the court paperwork, right? Because that was another thing. Y'all keep saying, y'all love saying, oh, well, he filed paperwork, blah, blah, blah. No, he didn't. So this was the court paperwork, right? And I don't know who circled all this stuff, but the thing that this court paperwork is missing is a stamp showing that it was actually filed. All Ronnie did was go to the courthouse and get the paperwork or print it out, whatever he did, and fill it out. And that's it. He never filed anything. Chrisean wasn't running from like ducking and dodging a DNA test or being petitioned to court or anything else, because he never filed this paperwork. There's no record of him filing it. All he did was fill it out, and that's it. That's it. Um, let me pause right here for a second. Let me get to y'all comments, and then we're gonna get into the mall situation. Where am I at? I can see your comments, Black Orchid. Yeah, I've been telling the truth for a minute. Like I've been saying this for a minute on X, and every time I start talking about this on X, it's just a million comments of people just windmilling, you know? Oh, he was the only one that wanted Junior and he was fighting so hard for him. No, he wasn't. You remember it, Tia? He straight up ghosted him. Somebody was helping him for free. He's so serious about going to get the DNA test and everything else, and he straight up ghosted that man. That man felt offended too. I remember the post. I just couldn't go back and find it. But like I said, if y'all don't remember that, if y'all go to Corey's page, it's his main page. Y'all gonna have to scroll all the way back to like a couple months before Ronnie died. But which was what, back in 2024. So y'all are gonna have to scroll a while, but I'm pretty sure it's probably still on there. Let me see. Yep, he was dancing to Jaden's song. I think he still has a post on Instagram, if I remember right, where Jaden's song was in the background. You know what I'm saying? Like Ronnie was not serious at all. And then in one of those, I think I showed that video already where he said him and Blueface should link up and they could just like produce music for their baby mamas together or something like that. So is it about Junior or not? That's what I'm saying. Like all Ronnie did was play. That's it. And all of this, once again, all of this has already been confirmed behind the scenes. But the whole purpose of this live is I'm just showing y'all what's already readily available on the internet. It doesn't have anything to do with what's behind the scenes. All this stuff is already on the internet. It's already posted. Let me show this video too, because I talked to y'all about how Ronnie didn't say anything else about Junior. He was on live denying Junior for that whole year time frame or whatever. But this is a piece of one of Ronnie's lives denying Junior.
Nigga really don't even look like me. He look like his father. I'm not his father. Nigga really don't even look like me. He look like his father. I'm not his father.
Like that's the shit he used to do on live all the time. All the time. So when people are saying that Ronnie always claimed Junior and he always wanted the best for him, no, he didn't. And I think a lot of people didn't really start paying attention to Ronnie until when Chrisean first got out of jail, and then he started talking about how he was the father and stuff like that. But before that, a lot of people weren't paying attention to Ronnie, so they missed a lot. But Ronnie used to be just like this in his lives all the time, saying he's not Junior's father, telling people to stop asking him about Junior, all kinds of shit. And then just magically, he just starts claiming him. It was a storyline. That's how desperate Chrisean is for attention. She will do anything for attention. She will come up with anything for attention. And Ronnie would do whatever the fuck Chrisean wanted him to do. And if you really think about it, all this shit is extremely stupid, right? Like, why are we playing with Junior for a storyline? Why are we playing with his paternity for a storyline? All that shit. It's very childish and it's very dumb. Chrisean could have just came home and focused on getting herself together for real, and that would have been a storyline for her. But she saw, because like we've already talked about, and I want y'all to so yesterday, right? The live that I did showing y'all like how Blue Rock died and how so many people were willing to lie for Chrisean in that situation. That's why I did that live yesterday too. Because I want y'all to really grasp how everybody around Chrisean will just do whatever the fuck she wants them to do. Ronnie was no exception at all. Just like Jay and Marsh and Petey and all of them were going along with Chrisean's bullshit. Tessa, all of them were going along with Chrisean's bullshit surrounding that situation. Ronnie was no different. He did the same shit. Whatever Chrisean wanted him to get on the internet and lie about, play about, whatever, he was going to do. That's what I want y'all to realize. Where are we at? Let me see. Let me read a few more of your comments and then we're gonna get to the mall situation. And then we're gonna go over and we're gonna talk about Blueface a little bit, and then we're gonna talk about the murder plot. I don't get on anything but YouTube, so this is all I see. Yeah, I don't really, like I said, I got 2 content creators on YouTube that I watch for like the actual facts of things. And then over on Twitter, it's kind of more so entertainment. I like Twitter though, because we can like bounce ideas off each other and we can talk how we want to over there. You know, sometimes YouTube be tripping, so you can't do it over here. Yeah, to help him get paternity, like we said, he ran off on him. Yeah, he wasn't unalive because of DNA. We're finna talk about it though, because I don't, and that too. Let me say that really quick. I don't know why everybody thinks that like Junior is so special that someone would be killed over a DNA test regarding him. Because if we really want to talk about it, right? I see the common narrative is that he was killed over a DNA test because that would, if Ronnie ended up being the father, it would like ruin Chrisean's image with Blueface or her fairy tale life with him or something like that, right? We now know that it doesn't matter what Chrisean does. It doesn't matter if Blueface is the father or not. If Blueface wants to fuck with Chrisean, he will. It doesn't matter if Blueface is claiming Junior or anything. If Blueface is receiving money from Chrisean or she's doing something for him, whatever the case may be, he is still going to fuck with Chrisean regardless. It doesn't, to Chrisean, it doesn't even matter whether Blueface, it matters whether he claims Junior or not, but at the same time, it doesn't. And to Blueface, it doesn't matter at all. So to say that Ronnie died over a DNA test, why? Nothing would have changed in Chrisean's life if Ronnie had been proven to be the father. Absolutely nothing would have changed in her life. Because right now, the common narrative is that Ronnie is the father. And you see, word on the street is that Blueface was in Baltimore with her and Sonny Boy, whatever his name is, a few days ago. After all she's done to him, he's still aligning himself with her. So I'm not seeing what y'all are saying about something would have changed about her life. Nothing would have changed. Everything would have still been the same. She would have still had Ronnie on the back burner, using him as her do boy, all that shit. Right? Nothing would have changed in Chrisean's life at all if Ronnie was actually the father. He didn't die over a DNA test. Let me see. The reason he was unalived is deep. I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but I'm gonna try to break it down in a way that people actually understand it and grasp it. And hopefully people do. If not, I don't know what to tell them after this. Because after this, I'm not gonna talk about it too much more. I think this is enough for like people to get what I'm putting down, and if they don't, I don't know how to help them besides that. I really don't know. Yeah, she gonna roll with it every time. Like I said, Chrisean cares, but at the same time, she doesn't. She doesn't care enough because she doesn't care about Junior. Blueface don't care about Junior. It's okay that Chrisean don't care about Junior. Nobody in the circus has ever gave a damn about Junior, ever. Nobody, including Ronnie. Let me see. Who, Chrisean? Charlotte laid down in the bed with her? Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I try to do what I can over here. Um, mm, mm, this too. If you notice, all the niggas she messed with all asked for money to give tea. That's how you know she told them to do that. Yeah, everything is about money with the circus. Everything is about money. Everything is about money. Everything. It really is. We're gonna get to it. Let me see. Um, why does everyone bow down to her? I don't get it. I'm gonna talk about it in a second. Let's get to the mall situation, and then we're gonna get to uh why everything is what it is. Let me see. Hold on. I thought I had loaded a clip of the mall situation, but I guess I didn't. Y'all know what happened though. I'm pretty sure everybody in the chat remembers the mall situation. So with that situation, that was also a play. Um, that whole thing was fake. Ronnie allegedly popping up on Chrisean at the mall, him being enraged about the fact that Junior didn't have a coat on or nothing like that. That was all bullshit. Um, Let me pull this up though. I didn't load the video. But let me pull this up. So these are the alleged charges that were filed against Ronnie, right? But it was proven that this was set up, this was already done before the mall incident, right? And if y'all remember afterwards, this peace order is supposed to be in place. Charges were pressed against Ronnie, allegedly, the fake charges, right? And then when it came time for the court date, Chrisean just didn't show up. So if Chrisean was seriously afraid of Ronnie and this was like a real thing where Ronnie was actively stalking her, even if it was a thing, right? Like Chrisean would be mad at Ronnie because we know that Chrisean is the police, right? So if Chrisean was actually mad at Ronnie, she would have went ahead with these charges. She would have made sure Ronnie suffered legally for this. The day this court case was supposed to get started, right? Chrisean didn't show up for court. The cases got dropped. The charges got dropped. The reason she didn't show up because it was never supposed to go this far. This shit was for show. She didn't like there was no she never planned on like keeping a peace order in place, truly filing charges or anything like that, going forward with any court cases because it was all a game. And I couldn't find I want to say that these were just screenshots. I don't think any of this was in a video or anything like that. But a lot of people missed when this first happened. There was like two or three people that came out and they said that before that whole situation happened with Chrisean and Ronnie at Subway, that they seen Chrisean, Ronnie Jr., all of them walking around together in the mall and everything was cool. And then all of a sudden they looked over and this shit was happening in Subway. Like they were walking together, laughing, talking, everything before then. And then that shit just happened. Now, let me show y'all this screenshot really quick. And it says, what are the odds that they ran into each other or was this a planned meeting? And then this girl says they were together in B-More during Thanksgiving. That's how we know where she was. And that's facts. That whole time Chrisean and Ronnie were together, they would split up for the internet, but they were still doing their thing. They were still talking, still having sex, all that. That's true. And people just missed it because they, like I said, they wanted so badly to believe Ronnie because he was speaking against Chrisean. And all of it was to play on the internet. It wasn't real at all. Um Let me see. Let me read y'all comments real quick and then I'm gonna try to explain something in the best way I can for y'all. Um Yes, like the video, y'all. There was an investigation, though, into Chrisean for certain. There has been phone taps and everything. I forgot whose channel I watched that on. Uh, Chrisean and Blueface both. I don't know if anybody's talking to um what's her face? The Malone family or anything like that, but supposedly Chrisean and Blueface both. Um Peter and then uh Miss Rebel. Those are the only two that I actually like take information from, I guess I would say. Just because I know like they have direct information from sources connected to this. Um there's a couple other channels that I watch as far as like the drama side of things and like their perspective from like the entertainment standpoint, but as far as like actual facts and truth of things, those are the only two that I watch. Um let me see. So I was running cuz that everybody was in on it. Like I said, Ronnie is a part of the circus. They had to put on the best show that they possibly could to make it believable. Just like yesterday, right? When we looked at Chrisean wiping her ass on live and then everybody out in the living room and whatnot crashing out. That was all an act. That's how they do. They put on the best performance that they can to make people believe them. Let me see. If Ronnie loved Junior so much, he know Junior was damaged by her. He's seen this boy Ronnie not once came. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know that like she just straight up ruined this child, and you're still hanging out with her. Ronnie did not care about Junior at all. Ron Blue claims him and Chrisean are friends. Maybe that's why she ordering him DoorDash. Is that what's going on over there on her stream? Ordering him DoorDash. What? Let me not get off topic. I'm sorry, y'all. The people I was watching who cover the stories and never once said none of this shit. They were just pushing the same narrative. Yeah, because it's the common narrative. You know how we talked about over here. Most people they just go with the common narrative because that's what's going to bring the views in. They don't want to go do any research themselves, anything like that. As long as people were coming out and speaking against Chrisean, they just want to go with that narrative. And like I said, we're posting AI pictures of Junior up next to Ronnie and saying that that's his dad. A lot of this shit is completely unserious with a lot of these content creators. I'm not gonna lie. Welcome in, Letitia. She did make sure he suffered 6 feet under. Yeah. Let me see. Who was at Jaden's house streaming and DoorDash came, and on the receipt you can see it said Rock's name. See, that's what I'm saying though. All they do is play on the internet. All they do, like, y'all see, that's so childish in like high school. All these people are grown as hell. Y'all know my motto over here with these people. Chains are being lost, lawsuits are being lost, cars are being downgraded. And this is what the shit that they do online just to get views. Start amongst each other on some high school shit. Rock sent DoorDash to Jaden's house while Blue was streaming. Man, let me move on before I get way off course. Pull up Blue's clip of the Taco Bell bag that he opened up Sean's name on it. I'm gonna go look at it after I get off this live, and then we might do a live tomorrow reviewing clips of whatever's going on that stream. They are addicted to social media and fame, playing with people's intelligence. Yeah. Right. Must be in the storyline. Must be in the storyline. Look at it this way. Blueface is fully aware Chrisean has bodies and he's using Any little thing these people can get, I swear. DoorDash. I was thinking the other day, right? And when we talk about the circus, these people, y'all don't ever see them go on vacations. Y'all barely ever see them. I don't know when the last time y'all have seen them in like a fine dining institution or something like that. All the money that gets made off of this bullshit that they do online is literally just to keep the lights on. And it's fucking pathetic. It really is. All these people, I think Chrisean is the youngest one at 26 years old. Jaden is 27. Blue is either 28 or 29. Everybody else that's involved is in the same age range or way older, and they all participate in this bullshit. Carlissa, Whack 100, all of them. All of them are so untalented. So untalented, don't have any other skills in life that this is the shit that they have to do just to keep the lights on. And people really look back, people look at this shit and then tell other people like me that call it out, right? Oh, you're just jealous. They have more money than you'll ever have. Man, come on. Door dashing and shit. Ugh. Nothing's wrong with DoorDash, but come on, bruh. We're door dashing shit to other bitches' houses, making sure we see the name and everything else just to cause some commotion online. Y'all ain't got shit else y'all can do online. Lord. Anyway, that leads me into my next point, actually. Let me get this off the screen. Hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give y'all a commercial break real quick. I gotta get a few more things on the screen. What we gonna watch? Here, listen to Ronnie talking crazy
Him
again.
grabbing her, you feel me? Did that? We ran out the
What I
building.
do?
Shorty was still.
What I do?
You kept that nigga, bro. You know what's up,
Where
bro.
that nigga got, bro? Where that nigga got hit at, bro? Cause these bitches keep playing on Instagram, bro. Where that nigga got hit?
He got in his head.
How many times?
Twice.
How many? How many?
Twice.
And you said they was where?
In his head.
Tell them bitches stop playing, bro. Niggas are really head tap some shit out there.
Bro, they called them peoples on us, bro.
Bro, how I had to turn myself in, bro?
Bro, you had to turn, cause she too. It's
Oh, bro. Tell them motherfuckers how the whole SWAT team shot from North La Brea all the way up to Melrose off. Then they sent the fucking GTA helicopter out that bitch to hover around the building. And then they had all. Bro, tell them how a nigga came out the building, bro.
Nigga, we had to come out the building. Motherfuckers, people from church went downstairs. They took. I was the only one with my phone left because your phone got lost. You remember that?
Yeah, it was.
They took my number, bro. They took my number. They went downstairs, bro, and the police was down there. It's like, oh yeah, the police down here. Just y'all come down here one by one with your hands up behind your head, walking backwards, bro. As soon as I went down that bitch, bro, they slammed the fuck out me, bro. Slammed the fuck out me. They locked me up. They told me not to look that way. Then you came down, and then she came down on some tripping shit, bro. Like, niggas better stop playing with this shit, boy.
Man, so basically, bro, you feel me? All I wanted you to get on here to do is just to let them people know your side of the story, fam. Because it's easy me on here just hear from another horse mouth.
Niggas already knew what it was, cause you feel me, bro. I've been saying what it was, bro. You feel me? That's why she had went on Instagram that one time, bro. Was like, oh Draco, you lying? Fuck you, this, that, and the third, bro. You already know, bro.
All right. I should be y'all one and only commercial break. I just got a few more things to cover. Um, I'm gonna go over a few screenshots real quick. And this is for me being out in chats doing my thing. But I talked about this person before on another video, and I told y'all that this was confirmed to be one of Krishan's friends from Baltimore, right? So this is what she said in a chat. Her sister already said they already showed Ronnie's DNA test. Shit. Her sister said she said they already showed Ronnie's family the real DNA test and not the Zeus test. What DNA test is she talking about, y'all may ask? So
My house big as jail, I had to cop it. Bitch, check my nurse, put her up for adoption. Bitch, I'm getting bread, your man got a ball head. Oh my God, that's what they are.
So if y'all remember this video, when Blueface flew out to Baltimore, y'all remember Junior had the Dirty Bear onesie on. He was out at the gas station in the middle of the night at a few days old. All that bullshit, right? It was the first time a lot of us heard Junior do the cat cry, all that shit. I thought there was actually a cat in the studio. I'm not gonna lie. They did like a behind the scenes thing. There was 85 niggas in the studio, weed smoking, Hennessy being passed around, everything else, and I heard a meow in the background. And I thought there was a cat in the studio whole time. It was just Junior. But that's what Chrisean had Junior out in the field doing at a few days old, wrapped up in a bear suit in the studio, breathing in all the weed smoke, everything else, right? Blueface's whole goal when he went down to Baltimore was to get a DNA test. And that's when the DNA test was done. It was never posted online. So when I say that Chrisean has something that could like shut down this whole narrative that Blueface isn't the father, she does. But like y'all see, Chrisean likes to play games, right? She did that whole shit with Ronnie where she's getting online and she's telling him, she linked up with Ronnie. Ronnie's online telling people that he's the father. That whole thing was orchestrated by Chrisean, but then she's saying, no, Blue is the father. All Chrisean does is play on the fucking internet. There's no real motive behind shit like this, like little dumb shit like this that she does. She just likes to play with the internet, right? So this whole test that Alexis is talking about, right? Where she says that they already showed Ronnie's family the real DNA test. They've seen it. That's why Ronnie's family keeps saying that Junior is not their child, because they've seen the DNA test proving that Blueface is the father. They've already seen it. Everybody's seen it. The only people that haven't seen it is the internet. So I've said this a few times on X, right? I've said a few times on X that if Ronnie's family is saying that the child is not their family members, why do y'all keep pushing the narrative? And nobody can ever answer that question. One time somebody told me, fuck what Ronnie's aunt says, we know he's the dad and we're going to get him justice. Who the fuck are y'all? This is what I mean when I say that y'all are extremely parasocial. Y'all think y'all know more than anybody else. Y'all feel so connected to these people that you literally do not know. Everybody knows that this DNA test exists, but they're playing on the internet to keep up a narrative. All of this is just a show. Chrisean knows who her baby daddy is. Blueface knows that he's the father of Junior. The only reason it's been said that the only reason that Blueface doesn't claim Junior, it's not because Chrisean is his mom. It's because Junior has special needs. And that's the reason Blueface does really not want to be a father to Junior for real, is because he's a special needs child and it basically doesn't go along. He feels like it doesn't go along with his brand pretty much. So the only time Blue claims Junior is when Chrisean is actively paying him or Chrisean is doing something for him or he's trying to stay on her good side about something, because Chrisean has a lot of dirt on Blueface too. It's nothing for Chrisean to get on that phone and start sending threats to Blueface and everything else. And if Blueface takes him seriously, please believe he's going to start claiming Junior. Why do y'all think he's claiming Junior right now? He knows that's his son, and Chrisean is probably somewhere threatening him, talking shit to him, because now they're co-defendants pretty much. But yeah, Junior is not Ronnie's son. Junior is Blueface's son. I'm sorry if y'all don't like it for whatever reason, right? Because y'all don't have to raise Junior. Y'all are not Blueface. Y'all do not have to claim Junior as y'all child, anything like that. Y'all lives are not affected at all by the fact that Junior is Blueface's child. It's not. And whoever that was, I don't know if this girl is in the back, but she left a comment on my video last week talking about, she told me that I sounded like a rock tard because I said that Blueface is the father of Junior. What the fuck what does being a fan of rock have to do with the paternity of Junior? Because it's obvious that I'm not a fan of Chrisean at all. Y'all might be able to label me her number one hater. I don't know. I'm not though, honestly. Chrisean has victims and their families are her number one haters, I'm pretty sure. But it doesn't have anything, like, facts are facts over here. And I've said that over and over again. I don't care if I'm a fan of somebody or not. If something is a fact, it's a fact. If they've already proven that Blueface is the father behind the scenes, y'all just don't know it because it's none of y'all business for real. And it's none of my business for real either. But I like to get to the bottom of things, you know? But I can accept the facts that are given. Because I'm not gonna lie, at one point I thought, hey, maybe Ronnie might be the father, because we've talked about it over here before, right? Chrisean was getting around the time she got pregnant. It wasn't just Blueface, it wasn't just Ronnie. It was her ex-boyfriend Rico. Remember, I don't know if any of y'all remember, but she got caught with him on live around the time she got pregnant. Had flew out to see him and everything. You know, and then there was little baby. We talked about the situation with little baby, even though she was just giving up some head, it still happened. Chrisean was making her rounds around the time she was pregnant. She absolutely was. So it was never just Ronnie and Blueface. There was always other options too. So Chrisean, you know, she had to do what she had to do to figure out who her child was, and she is able to prove it. But she likes playing games on the internet. And a lot is going on behind the scenes. If you know, you know. That's probably part of the reason Chrisean keeps on going on with this shit. They need to keep this storyline going. So y'all don't know what's going on behind the scenes. But we're about to talk about it anyway. Let me show a few more screenshots. Hold on. Her sister said they had a DNA test here, and I believe them. Ronnie's family said it's not his either. They need to leave this family alone. They don't care how much stress they are causing these people. And that's true, because this is my header on Twitter. And this is Ronnie's aunt, and she says, please, 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 y'all stop with this narrative. My nephew is not Junior's father. My nephew is resting peacefully. So the family is literally telling y'all to stop with this narrative, and y'all still keep pushing it anyway. And like I said, when I was talking about the delusional one earlier that was telling me she don't give a fuck about Ronnie, what Ronnie's family says, they know he's the father. Once again, delusional, because how the fuck do you know? Because hold on, let me see. Do I still got the picture? Yeah. Because of this, an AI picture of Junior next to Ronnie, and because Ronnie proved that he was fucking on Chrisean along with 5 other niggas around the time she got pregnant. That's literally the only proof y'all have, or the proof y'all think y'all have, that Ronnie is the father. That's it. And then everybody wants to go off of a Zeus DNA test, and oh, that test was fake. Obviously, I don't think anybody is in denial about that. We all know that's a fake test. That's not the test that's being talked about. There's been a DNA test done, and it already proved Blueface is the father. And it was done a few days after Junior was born. So all that extra shit that Carlissa does, and and Blueface too, I snook and swabbed the baby and it says that it's not mine. Y'all just went with that, right? And y'all constantly tell Chrisean that she needs to get a DNA test and she needs to post it and stuff like that. All this time, Blueface has been saying all this shit. I've never seen nobody tell Blueface to post a DNA test. He said he swabbed Junior. He got the DNA test back, never posted no results. When Blueface got out of prison and he was at the house with Carlissa and all them, they were playing like they were about to swab him, all kinds of shit. All they do is play with Junior. That's all they do is play with Junior. And nobody's ever told Blueface to post no DNA test, but y'all always tell Chrisean to post one. But if she does, if she stopped playing around instead of trying to keep this bullshit narrative up, she has the real test to show y'all. I hate to burst some of y'all bubble because I know how badly y'all wanted Ronnie to be the father, but that's not the father. Let that man rest in peace. If y'all really love Ronnie, all the facts are in y'all face. Ronnie's family is telling y'all that's not his baby. Everything. Let that man rest in peace. Y'all just keep dragging this shit out. Y'all are bothering his family, everybody else talking about you wanting justice for him. But then when somebody comes out and tells y'all the truth, you don't believe it. Ronnie's not that boy's dad. He didn't die over a DNA test either. And then this one, I forgot to post this earlier, but she said Chrisean got half her name from her uncle. His name was Sean on her daddy's side. So those of y'all that are saying that Chrisean's name is a mix of Sean Malone's and somebody else's name, this is where her name originated from. It didn't have nothing to do with Sean Malone, right? Next one, R.I.P. to Ronnie, who was always nice to me. He took a lot of shit for Chrisean, and she did that to him. It's not a secret out here. We all know. So like I've talked about on X before too, right? And hold on, let me put this one up before I go into this. That's not the one I want. We know how it went down. She went to the name whose name I won't say. I'll say it though for you. It's Tareen. To get that done. They will tell you to your face they did it. Her daddy talks about it freely. He don't care. So like I've talked about before, Eugene Malone be running around Baltimore telling everybody that he was the one that unalived Ronnie. Like everybody in Baltimore knows about it. So y'all like to tag Baltimore PD and shit and all kinds of shit. They know already. Everybody knows already what happened to Ronnie. Everybody knows who was involved, everything like that. It's okay. Y'all can relax. They know already. And multiple people have said this too about how y'all know I be all in comments. But if y'all pay attention to comments and y'all actually read them, it don't matter whether it's on Instagram or like I said, there's been a couple accounts like not necessarily specifically for Ronnie, but like there was an account on Twitter back when Blueface was locked up and her I want to say it was her cousin was locked up with Blueface. And so he was giving her a lot of information about what was going on with Blueface while he was locked up. If y'all actually pay attention and not just write people off as not knowing what's going on, a lot of shit gets exposed. It really does. A lot of shit comes out in comment sections. That's why I love a good comment section. But yeah, everybody already knows what happened to Ronnie. They know who was involved. They know Ronnie is not Junior's dad. They know Ronnie did not die over a DNA test. The only place that's a thing at is on the internet. Ronnie did not die over a DNA test. Catch the daddy at the corner store and he will tell you. He'll be out there with his guys talking about it. So they bragging about Ronnie and how he died. And then this too, right? And this just goes to show how Chrisean used to treat Ronnie and he was still down for her through whatever. It says she used to fuck all his friends and tell him so fucking what. Ronnie used to stress out behind her. That was, like I said earlier, right? Ronnie is to Chrisean what Jaden is to Blueface. How Jaden be running around stressed out over Blueface and Blueface be fucking on all her friends and all that stuff. That's how Chrisean used to do Ronnie too. Blueface is just like Chrisean is. And just like how Chrisean had Ronnie set up to be killed, and before that, he lied and he took the charge for her to go to jail, whatever, right? Y'all remember when I talked about how Blueface tried to kill Jaden and she's still right there with him? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're ride or dies for real. Oh, I got my first super chat. Thank you, Spoiled Rotten. It says, great live, nothing but facts laid out. Mr. P, Miss Reb, and now you only three that show and prove facts. Keep that clown demon exposed. For those who still don't believe, you're just dumb as fuck. Thank you. Um, like I said, I try to focus on the facts of things. I still post like the entertainment videos and stuff like that. If it's something that's just straight up ignorant to me. But I think it's important that people actually know like what's going on with this shit. Cause it's a lot of it is entertainment and a lot of it is just entertainment to cover up what's going on behind the scenes. But I do think it's really important that people actually know the truth of things and aren't just going with popular narratives just because. Um, but thank you for the super chat. Let me read a few more of y'all comments and then I'm gonna try to break down this whole circus thing to y'all. And then the murder plot. Jaden Slow 2. I believe they're back and forth of the storyline. I'm starting to think it is too. Because to me, I just don't see how Jaden doesn't have like any respect for herself whatsoever, or she's just so gone in the head that she actually thinks like her life with Blueface and how he treats her as a flex. And now she has this fan base that's like hyping her up too to think it's a flex. They running around here just like how Chrisean's fans run around telling everybody that they're jealous of Chrisean. People running around telling people that they jealous of Jaden now. And ain't nothing to be jealous of about Jaden, just like there's nothing to be jealous of about Chrisean. Reality, did you just come in? Because I just spent almost an hour talking about how Ronnie's not Junior's father. Yeah, I love a good comment section. Because the thing that I've learned with like this whole circus thing is that you never know who's watching, you never know who's in the comments. Like even what's her name? Monique Slaughter. I never would have expected her to be in the comments like mad about Chrisean all the time. But she is. She loves a good opportunity to get in the comments and talk about Chrisean. And every once in a lot of people from Baltimore that have been friends with Chrisean before can prove that they've been friends with Chrisean before. They've dropped tea off in the internet before. And some of it you can verify, some of it you can't. And some of it, like a lot of times when I see like different comment sections or whatever, and I see something that might be useful for later, I'll just take a screenshot of it and put it in my mind. And then I'll just kind of wait for it to be confirmed at another date if I'm not sure about it. But I try not to like just take everything I see and, oh, this is what happened. You know what I'm saying? Mm, exactly. I don't like the popular narratives with this stuff. I want to hear the truth. Moniece follows the circus for a while now, and she's usually speaking facts. Yeah, because I think Moniece's came out and dropped a little bit of tea about Chrisean before, hasn't she? From the just from around the LA streets. None of these girls Blues deal with have the respect for them. Yeah, Nevaeh either. All Nevaeh, Chrisean, Jaden, everybody else. There was a stream, and I'm guessing I don't know if it was like an old stream or it was Blueface's stream from last night, but I caught like a couple minutes of it. And there was a girl that sent him, I don't know what like I guess it would be the equivalent to a super chat on Twitch. And she was like begging for Blue's attention. She was like, I want to be your out of town baby mama, blah, blah, blah. Stuff like that. You know, I don't, none of them have respect for themselves. Anybody that goes out their way to like recruit themselves a Blueface, you don't have any respect for yourself at all. Let me see. I've always believed the church lady. I haven't really gotten into what she's saying before. I want to say she left a comment on one of my videos and I've forgotten to go back and kind of dive a little bit deeper into it. But yeah, I haven't gotten too far with her comments and stuff yet. Yeah, most of it is a distraction. Yeah, I think it was Tasha K that said it was like the hills have eyes. I do remember that. When she interviewed Chrisean and Blueface, Chrisean was in the spot high as hell. And then she was mad that Blueface and Moniece were actually able to have like a civilized conversation. She was getting irritated about it. I remember that. We might go back and review that one day, maybe. Mm, why is running on 11 now? Oh, yeah, let's get to that. I don't so here's how I want to break down the circus for y'all, right? Imagine say like think of everybody that's relevant right now or like celebrities and stuff like that, right? And put them all on an island. Like you're think about like the people that have like beef with Krishan or something, right? Like the Kaylanis and the Tia Kemps and stuff like that. Like people that actually have like a decent platform built off of their own name. Think about it like that, right? Put them all on an island, the relevant people, the people that have talent, the people that people actually enjoy watching, stuff like that. Put them all on an island by themselves, right? And that's the relevant people. And then the circus is like the trailer park of the industry. Blueface, Carlissa, Jaden, Krishan, Papa Blue, Mr. Saffold, all of them, the children of the circus, all of them are like the trailer park of the entertainment industry. And they're on an island by themselves. They're not too far. They're not extremely far from the island with the celebrities, but they're not the trailer park, yes. They're not on that island though, right? So over on the island with the relevant people, right? They're over there, they're having a time, they got money, you see them going on vacation. They have nicer houses, they drive nicer cars, their kids look put together. Whenever the camera is on their kids are well behaved, things like that, right? And then you got the circus, the trailer park island, probably we'll say like maybe 50 miles away from the relevant island, right? And they're over there just doing whatever. You got Journey running around cussing, you got Junior barely clinging to life, you got Krishan running around just doing whatever. Carlissa clout chasing off of everybody, damn near in love with both of her sons. They're talking about she's teaching them how to eat coochie, everything else. Blueface be going back and forth with his mom. He be disrespecting Jaden. He's running around making gay comments. He's running around making pedo comments, all kinds of shit. It's very, very dusty and very ghetto on the island of the circus, right? And every once in a while, one of the people from the relevant island, right? They're coming back from somewhere, like a trip or something, and they look over at the dusty little island and they're over there waving a SOS sign. They hungry, they need something, they need some clout, whatever the case may be, right? And so the relevant person, they'll go over, they'll take their boat over to the circus island, the trailer park island. We don't call the trailer park island, we just gonna call it TPI. The relevant boat will go over to TPI and they'll throw them a lifeline. You know, hey, I'm over here with y'all. Instagram posts are going to be made. I'm going to hop on stream with you. We're going to do a live together, whatever it's called, whatever the case is, right? And they give TPI the lifeline they need. And then when the lifeline is given and they've eaten, all their bellies are full, all that shit, right? Something is wrong with everybody on the island of TPI. Something's wrong with them. So they go up. They go big on the people that just help them. They start saying that they're clout chasing off of them. They just want to be like them, all kinds of other shit, right? And so the celebrity, the real star of the show, they're looking at TPI like, let me get the fuck up out of here and get back to civilization. So they go back to civilization and they tell everybody, hey, them niggas over on TPI, they're tripping. I'm not doing it no more, right? And so now TPI, they've kind of blackballed themselves. Nobody gives a fuck about TPI for real. Nobody really gives a fuck about Chrisean no more. Nobody gives a fuck about Jaden. Nobody gives a fuck about Blueface, Carlissa, all of them, right? Everybody on TPI has their own little tiny fan base, and they're not huge fan bases. All of them are able to trick just a few thousand people each into liking them and supporting them, right? And every once in a while, they'll add somebody new to TPI. So in Ronnie's case, Ronnie was a new addition to TPI, right? Ronnie had dirt on Chrisean that could get her put away. So he went over there playing with Chrisean because Chrisean needed a storyline. She needed a lifeline. So he got accepted into TPI, right? But then Ronnie finds out that Chrisean also plans to play in his face, right? And so Ronnie gets mad about it. And he threatens basically to go to the feds and tell them that it wasn't him that unalived Mr. V, that it was Chrisean, right? And so earlier in the live, I talked about, like, I showed that video where, I showed that screenshot where Taz said that they already knew that it was Chrisean that unalived her dad. They already knew. But even though they already knew that that was a thing, because Chrisean had already been running around taunting the victim's family, she had already admitted to them on the phone that it was her that did it, all that, right? Everybody, right? Because there's always like a mayor of not a mayor of an island, but there's always like the highest of the island. Chrisean is the highest of the island. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, right? And Chrisean, if you're watching this video, this is not a flex at all. Chrisean is the star of the island because she's the one that brings in the most views, because she's the most ridiculous one, right? And so they've now learned that Chrisean and Junior together especially bring in a lot of views, which means it brings in more money. So now you have this newcomer on the island, which is Ronnie. He's threatening to get rid of their main source of income, which is Chrisean, because if Chrisean gets locked up again, nobody eats for real, because nobody really cares about the rest of these people. And put a pin in this story just for a second, right? This breakdown, right? Since I've started YouTube, do y'all know what my highest viewed video is? It's a video about Chrisean and Junior and how Chrisean abuses Junior. That's my highest viewed video. I did this video probably a month ago, and I've gained almost over 700 subscribers in the past 30 days. And still, my highest viewed video is a video about Chrisean and Junior and how Chrisean abuses and neglects Junior. Out of everything else I talked about, that's the highest viewed video. And so when people say Chrisean is the star of the show, she is right now. That's why Chrisean is so comfortable getting on stream exploiting Junior, because people want to see it. They want to see what's going on with Junior. Chrisean and Junior are the star of the show. It's not Jaden. It's not Blueface. Anybody else. It's Chrisean and Junior. It's not Journey, Javon. It is Chrisean and Junior. Right? So back to the breakdown. Ronnie starts threatening that he's gonna tell everybody, he's gonna go to the feds and tell them that it was Chrisean that unalived Geronimo V. Ronnie also allegedly made a call to Mr. V's daughter and tried to apologize to her, I guess, and tell her what happened. But once again, they already know what happened. Chrisean the feds are already working on this behind the scenes. They already know what happened, right? But everybody still feels so threatened by the fact that Ronnie is threatening this, right? That they conspire to kill him. And they do, right? So I'm going to play this video for y'all real quick. And I've played this several times.
Down mask. 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 Mask.
right? And I think we talked about over here before who it was that like that wasn't necessarily Peter saying that. That was China that told that in one of her lives. And Peter basically just confirmed it, right? Multiple people played a role in Ronnie dying. It wasn't just Chrisean. It was multiple people in Chrisean's family. It was Blueface. It was Whack 100. They made up a whole plot to take Ronnie out just because he was threatening to tell on Chrisean. After everything he did for Chrisean flipped out when she found out that he was threatening to tell on her. Mind you, once again, everybody already knew. All the important people already knew that it was Chrisean and it wasn't Ronnie. There was really no reason for Ronnie to die at all, but people were so worried about the fact that Chrisean was going to go down and they all depend on her to keep the circus rolling and they're all eating off of her. I don't know if y'all saw the video. I want to say it's been on Instagram. But the video where Chrisean is performing with Blueface or whatever, right before Chrisean goes on stage, she hands Whack 100 something. And she had her AirPods over the top of it, but she handed him some money. So y'all are running around being like, oh, Whack hates Chrisean, da 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 da. That's all an act. Whack is eating off Chrisean too. Why do y'all think Kim is her manager? Everybody on TPI depends on Chrisean to eat. So when the threat that was Ronnie came in, he had to be eliminated. That's why Ronnie died. He didn't die over a DNA test. Nobody cares that much about Junior. Once again, Ronnie died because he threatened to tell on Chrisean and cut everybody's water off. That's literally why he died. All of them are too stupid to know that Chrisean had already told on herself before. She had already told on herself. You don't call the victim's family and taunt them and tell them that you're the one that killed them. And then I showed you that interview before where she admitted to doing it in an interview. Chrisean has told on herself so many times, but she still felt the need to take Ronnie out. And now her life ain't the same at all because she don't have her Ron no more. Chrisean be playing on the internet like Ronnie was her op for real or something like that. I mean, I guess in a way she could consider him that, but at the same time, he really wasn't. She was her own op. Chrisean was quite literally her own op. Her and Ronnie are the ones that bought this whole thing to the internet. This whole murder of Geronimo V, they bought that to the internet. Nobody else did. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the whole plot behind Ronnie's murder, is that he was about to cut everybody's water off, so he had to go. Blue played a role in it. Whack 100 played a role in it. And if y'all remember, the one who even broke the story to the internet was Whack 100. Nobody ever thought to ask like how Whack got that information and how he got that video so quick. Because he was in on it. Chrisean's family is in on it. Chrisean is in on it. There's so many people that had to conspire just to take Ronnie out. It's crazy. And like I said, even though I sat up here and I broke down Ronnie's lies and stuff like that, I don't think that he deserved to die at all. And especially not over no bullshit like that, where Chrisean is still going to have to suffer the consequences anyway. And people already know she did it because she told on herself so many times. But that's how Chrisean's mind works, though. Every problem in Chrisean's life, she be thinking is somebody else's problem. Like every once in a while, she'll get up online and she'll talk about how the reason her reputation is so bad is because of Whack 100 and Blueface. But it was Chrisean that ruined her own reputation. She didn't have to run around acting the way she did. She didn't have to ruin her own child. None of that. But she chose to, so that's her reputation. But she likes to blame it on other people. She thought she was going to go to prison because Ronnie was going to tell on her. No, you already told on yourself. I guess she forgot about that. I don't know. But they took Ronnie out because he was about to cut their water off. Their main cash cow, he was about to get rid of her, and he had to go because of it. That's the root of all of this, is money, because all of these people are broke in real life. They're broke in their pockets. They're broke in spirit. They don't have any type of integrity, anything. No integrity, no morals, no real hustle, no nothing. Their whole goal is just to get online, show their ass every day simply so they can keep the lights on because nothing else has came from this shit. You got Junior disabled, never gonna live a normal life whatsoever. Nobody's bought any type of new properties. Nobody has any new business ventures or anything else. Um, Chrisean is basically in the exact same spot she was now that she started out with 6 years later. Blue hasn't made any moves for real in 6 years. Jaden bought a camera and allowed everybody into how messy and miserable she is behind the scenes, and people think that's a flex that she's going up on Twitch because of it. Carlissa has moved houses a few times. Nothing else has happened. You got Journey walking around cussing at everybody. And do y'all remember back before like back when Blueface first went to jail and Jaden wasn't uh like speaking to Carlissa, we used to get videos of Journey singing songs and identifying colors and animal sounds and all kinds of shit, right? And now all we get is videos of her throwing a tantrum or cussing. Now that Blueface is out of jail and Carlissa is back in the picture, now it's time to exploit Journey. You got Javon running around stealing $500 from Jaden just to get some Robux like he's a fucking junkie. He's telling Jaden he hates her and freak you and all kinds of bullshit like that. Carlissa running around exploiting Journey, still talking about Blueface's dick all the time, all kinds of shit. That is the trailer park of the entertainment industry. That's why nobody fucks with them people for real. They just be over there doing what they can to keep the island flowing, and that's it. Y'all don't ever see them doing no fly shit. Like I said, no vacations, no nothing. The only places any of them bitches and ever went to vacation on is when Blueface takes them to Catalina Island. Because y'all know that's his spot. He done took Jaden to Catalina Island. I think Nevaeh got her trip to Catalina Island already. Chrisean got a trip to Catalina Island before. Stunna Girl got a trip to Catalina Island. That's all they do is go to Catalina Island. Jaden had to get on baddies just to go to Hawaii. These people are the bottom of the fucking barrel. Bottom of the barrel. Nothing good is going on behind the scenes of the circus at all. That's why I will never understand y'all running around telling content creators and whoever else y'all can find that they're broke for speaking on these people. Most of us that have 9-to-5 jobs have more going on and live easier lives than what these people live. We can just get up in the morning and go to work and come home. We can pay our bills. We get to spend time with our family. Nobody has to exploit their kids online just to make a couple dollars. Y'all see Blueface, all he do is get on stream, eat Wingstop, McDonald's, Burger King, whatever else. Just nasty. Ass leaking all over the place, all kinds of shit. These people are disgusting. TPI is not a place that people want to be at all. But they have to clout chase off celebrities and everything else just to keep their names relevant. They have to do bullshit like play with the paternity of a disabled special needs child just to keep the lights on. Nothing is good. Nothing good is coming from this shit. I don't even understand why people act like Jaden's kids are like upper echelon or something like that. Oh, the Porter kids get treated better. They're the Porter kids. Where do they get treated better at? Why is Javon talking about all his friends are scared of his dad because of the tattoos he has on his face? You know what I'm saying? And then Blueface is still online talking about how he's gonna wait till Javon is 18 and then they're gonna fuck a prostitute together. He's online making gay comments, all kinds of shit. And then Javon is going to school and his friends are talking to him about what got posted online the day before. You got Jaden drunk all the time. All the time. She telling Journey Blueface don't want to talk to her because she mad about the next bitch. running around slurring her words, everything else, and then we're wondering why her kids act the way they do. Like, all this shit is bullshit. It's all a facade. These people are not rich. They are not living in some kind of fantasy world, anything else. This shit is ghetto. It's ghetto, it's trifling, it's nasty. It really is. Ugh. Let me get in y'all comments real quick. Um, Thank you, Laura, for the super chat. Me sending my first super chat. So, girl, you know you're fired. Keep letting them know. No one is gonna stop you telling the facts. Exactly. Like I said, I don't like to, even when I like highlight comments in the chat, and sometimes I'll just look at them but I'll put them on the screen and keep going. If I know there's no truth behind it, that's why I just don't say anything about it. I just leave it alone sometimes. But yeah, we're just gonna keep on talking about the truth over here. We're not gonna do popular narratives or anything like that. I appreciate the super chat though. Let me see what else y'all saying. I still believe it's her cousin's child. It's not her cousin's child. I promise. Even though she does, Chrisean is into incest. She absolutely does have sex with her cousin. It's not her cousin's child at all. Chrisean was just broke before boxing. Yeah. And that's my thing too. When people sit online and they talk about how much money these people have, um they don't. And that's, I want to say that too, right? A lot of people like Chrisean's family, they still align themselves with Chrisean, number one, because Chrisean has dirt on them, right? So when she needs something from them and she starts making threats, they're gonna fall in line too. But also they hang on to the fact that Chrisean comes up with these new little I guess I'll say business ventures, right? And if they think that it's lucrative enough for them to be able to eat off of it, they'll realign themselves with Chrisean so that they can get a portion of the money, or they think they're going to get a portion of the money when she comes up on it, pretty much. So, like before, like after the boxing thing, right? When she had a little money, she had a new apartment, they're going out to eat, they're eating crabs all the time. They're eating crabs all the time. That's their portion of the money. They gotta, they gotta align themselves with her, and they just hang on till they know they know the wire came through for her, the deposit, whatever it is, and they think they're gonna get a piece of it. So they just keep on keeping on, basically. That's the type of shit that's going on over there. These people prove time and time again that they really have no money. Everybody's seen Chrisean sleeping in a car. Chrisean's own sister came out and exposed that she was sleeping in a car. But people still think that these people are rich, including Chrisean's own family. Oh, Imma just do one boxing gig and Imma have all this money even though I'm sleeping in my car right now. A lot of this shit is extremely delusional, but like I said, these people are desperate just to stay on the internet and keep the lights on, so they just go along with whatever. And then like I said too, with Kim being, Chrisean's manager, Kim be trying to get her in rooms, and it seems like don't nobody really want Chrisean for real like that. Because I don't really understand why Chrisean has a manager, because she don't do shit no more. She did that one little fight, and that was the last thing that she done besides like a simple little YouTube interview or something like that. And now she's trying to do this streaming shit looking crazy as hell. Jaden's eyes are never open. The bottle is always open though. That's for sure. The bottle is always open. And that too. Now that, because we talk a lot about Blueface and how he affects Javon, right? I wouldn't be surprised if Javon's friends or whoever at school, classmates, whatever, haven't said something about Jaden and how she acts too. Because Jaden, we talk about Chrisean being stuck in Arrested Development, but if we be real about it for a second, I feel like Jaden is low-key stuck in Arrested Development too. Because as a 27-year-old grown-ass woman, mother of 2 kids, Jaden's whole personality is Blueface, and this is outside outside of her kids, outside of Jaden being a mom, this is her whole personality. Blueface and his hoes, alcohol, Hello Kitty, and Barbie, and Bratz dolls. That's Jaden's whole personality. And the color pink. That's her whole fucking personality. Getting drunk and taking trips to Five Below to see what kind of new fictional character merchandise they have. That's her whole personality. That's the personality of somebody that's 13, 14, 15 years old. I don't ever hear Jaden talk about no grown up, bossed up shit, no real business ventures or anything else. You know what I'm saying? Like everything is very childish. And I think Jaden is stuck in Arrested Development too. It seems like she never truly grew up. She had kids, okay, cool, but she never truly grew up. Same thing with Blueface. Blueface is childish as hell too. All these people are extremely childish. They focus on the wrong shit. They think the dumbest shit is a flex. All of them are disgusting, bruh. All of them. It is, and that's part of the reason I get up here and I talk about what's actually going on behind the scenes too, because I hate that this is like a representation of what goes on in the Black community. Because most people do not live like this. Most people have no type of interest in living like this. And they're just on the internet acting like this shit is normal. Carlissa Love acting like she raised a bunch of stars, even though all her kids are fucked up and they all hate her. Like, none of this shit is normal. Nobody wants to be a part of this shit for real. And anybody that does, all they're doing is clout chasing, or they are also just as fucked up as the rest of the circus crew is. Like, this shit is so nasty. That's why they're on an island by themselves and don't nobody really be fucking with them like that. And every time people do try to fuck with them like that, they ruin it for themselves by thinking they bigger than the program. Jaden is with Blueface. Of course she is. Of course she is. Dumbass. How Jaden got the head of a Cabbage Patch Kid. I was looking at Jaden earlier and like I said, before she had all that shit done to herself, Jaden was not an ugly girl, but she absolutely does look crazy now. And then drinking all that alcohol and swelling her face up all the time doesn't help either. And then got the nerve to be on GLP-1s on top of it. Like, that's the raggedy shit I'm talking about. You're half an alcoholic. You're drunk multiple times out the week. And then you got the nerve to be on GLP-1s along with it. Jesus. Blue lives are hilarious. He's probably getting paid for questions again. I think that's what was going on last night with what I caught was he was getting paid for questions. And that's probably what's going on tonight too. That's why Jaden went over there. Like I said, anything for views. That's a perfect example of TP Island. Thank you. I tried to break it down as best as I could. Because a lot of people, for some reason, they think what's going on with Blueface and his crew, that like they think they the birthday for real. Like whenever, like I couldn't believe that whole Kaylani situation, right? I couldn't believe that there was really people in the comments saying Kaylani was clout chasing off of Chrisean. Off of Chrisean. Mind you, at the time, Folded was going all the way up. All the way up. Kaylani was out the country working, everything else. And people were in the comments saying that Kaylani was clout chasing off of Chrisean. And Chrisean was fucking homeless at the time. Chrisean did that live talking about Kaylani and some clothes that she had been wearing for 3 days straight. Do y'all remember that? Just dirty, stinking, funky, nasty, all that. And homeless as hell, living in somebody else's shit, and had the nerve to say that Kaylani was clout chasing off of her. And there was people in the comments saying Kaylani was clout chasing off of her. Tia Kemp was another one. Tia Kemp clout chasing off of Chrisean. Tia Kemp was sitting up in her house, her decorated house, comfortable as hell, minding her business. She was asleep and Chrisean was playing on her phone because Chrisean didn't have nowhere to go at night. Chrisean just be up at all hours of the night like the crackhead she is, playing on people's phones. Y'all remember she did the same thing with Winter Blanco. She said Winter Blanco said that Chrisean and Marsh called her and told her that they had her address and they were about to pull up. Mind you, at the time, Chrisean was still homeless. During the time that happened, that's when people were saying Chrisean was sleeping in Hair Queens LA because she was in there every day, not doing shit. Like this is the type of delusional shit that goes on in the circus, and people in the comments do it for them too. It's not even just the people of the circus. Their fans do it too. Oh, you're just jealous, you're just hating, you're just clout chasing off of her. Clout chasing off of what? For real, for real. She crashed with the kids and didn't take them to the hospital. Yeah, we never really got too deep off into that because people were saying, oh, well, she was able to leave the scene and the police were there and blah, blah, blah. But I still have questions because I still don't see like how you crash the car like that. And then Carlissa just comes scoop you up and that's the end of it. No kids got checked out, nothing like that. We just had to make sure they got away from the scene. Why are we trying to leave the scene so fast? His lives are boring to me, and now that I see everything as a storyline, I'm gonna go back to ignoring that bullshit. Yeah, that's why I say I only watch the clips of all their lives. I don't really get like Jaden, Nevaeh, Chrisean, all them. I don't get too deep into them. I'll watch the clips and that's it. But to sit through a whole stream, I can't do it. Even Carlissa, like whenever I see a live of Carlissa and somebody's posted like the whole live, for some reason nobody ever clips Carlissa up like that. But I can't sit through a whole live of Carlissa talking. I can't even get through 30 seconds of her talking. I can't. That's why y'all don't see me do too much content on Carlissa because I can't. I cannot listen to that whole talk at all. Like nothing but when I say Carlissa walked so Chrisean could run. They are the same type of bitch and I can't deal with it. I can't deal with no bitch that's supposed to be the matriarch of a whole family. Just so indulged in bullshit, impressed by bullshit, clout chasing like a motherfucker, don't have nothing of her own for real, nothing off her whole own name cuz she doesn't. Six Shot was built off a blues name. And that's all she has. When Carlissa was on Zeus with Tokyo Tony and Tia Kemp, that was off of being Blues Mom too. Carlissa don't have nothing of her own. She had to clout chase and attach herself to shit to get all the attention she does too. Just like how she mentions Megan Thee Stallion every so often. Megan Thee Stallion don't want to do with no fucking Blueface. Oh, my son is so good. My son is this. My son is that. Your son is a piece of shit just like you are. I don't get it at all. And then you got people in the comments that boost Carlissa up too. Carlissa got her own fan base. Oh, I love Carlissa. Love what? Love what? And let me speak on Carlissa's character too, since we're talking about character, right? Y'all remember the day Chrisean got arrested and Junior got left by himself at the courthouse, basically. Y'all remember Papa Blue didn't want to take Junior. He said he wasn't a fucking babysitter. Now that once again, Chrisean is the one that brings the money in. Now that the clout was gone and locked up, he don't give a fuck about Junior no more. Carlissa let two strangers take Junior in the bathroom. And allegedly they were in there taking pictures of him and everything else. I don't know how true that is, but allegedly. And she just sat out there and, oh, I'm not taking him. I'm not da 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 da. And she didn't give a fuck about what happened to that boy. And that's her grandson. Nobody gives a damn about Junior. Somebody in my comments the other day, they said if that was Blueface's son, Carlissa would have tried to get him. Carlissa would have got him help already. There's nothing. Junior is beyond help at this point. Since we're talking about truth over here, y'all remember it's been alleged that Junior has a death date. Y'all seen the palliative care and everything on his medical records. Junior is not going to be here that long. And most I don't know if Carlissa knows that or not, but like Carlissa just uses Junior for clout purposes too. She don't give a damn about that boy. Nobody gives a damn about Junior. It's unfortunate and it's sad, but nobody gives a damn about Junior. Junior's whole purpose in the circus is just to bring in views, and that's it. Yeah, nobody wanted him. And it's still that way now. Nobody really wants Junior like that. And anybody that's ever around Junior and they act like they're interested in them, usually it's just because they want to like post it on their story or something. It's not like they actually want to help him or they actually want to care about him or they actually care about him or anything like that. Junior is a clout baby. He really is. I heard Sean Davy Way report on that doing his medical records. Yeah. Junior, like I said, it's unfortunate, but Junior is not going to be here that long. And I think that's also a lot of the reason why he doesn't like people don't try to help him anymore. Like we said, I talked about I don't think it was the last live, maybe the live before that. I talked about how the federal government doesn't step in to help Chrisean Jr. either. Even though they know about all the abuse and neglect and everything else, they don't step in and do anything because they know his condition. He's never going to live a normal life and he's not going to be here that long. They know that already. So they just sit back and let Chrisean do what she do, continue to basically build a RICO case against her, and that just is what it is. It's a sad situation for real, but this is the circus. TPI on an island by themselves. Why is Charlotte suddenly with Chrisean? Let's talk about that too, right? So, I just got done talking about how Junior has a death date, right? I'm pretty sure that Charlotte's over there helping with Junior because Chrisean is trying to get her to take the fall if something happens to him. And do y'all remember that that story about how Chastity's son got left with Charla and he got into drugs and stuff like that? Y'all remember that? And that's how Chastity lost him. And then Chastity got mad and allegedly beat Charla with a 2x4. Y'all remember that? I know somebody remember it. Nobody remembers it? Y'all don't know about that story? So that's how Chastity lost her. I want to say it was her oldest son or something like that. The story that was told to Chastity was that her oldest son got left with Charla and Charla left drugs on the table. The boy got into drugs and he overdosed, right? I want to say maybe maybe it was like a month or so after Chrisean got out of jail. She talked about this and she was talking about how Chastity got away with it or something like that because they took a sample of her hair and it showed that she was schizophrenic or some bullshit like that, right? But Chrisean told this story before too. Allegedly, that's not what happened. Allegedly, Charla, I guess, was supposed to be watching the boy, but the boy ended up getting left with Chrisean, and that was Chrisean that did that to that boy, that gave him drugs and he overdosed. And allegedly, Chastity doesn't know the real story of what happened, but word on the street is that that's what happened. Is that that boy got left with Chrisean? It wasn't Charla, and that's what happened to him. And so when Chrisean has Charla over there watching Junior, I wouldn't be surprised at all if the only reason she has Charla watching Junior is so in case something happens to him, she can blame it on Charla. Because remember, we talked about before, nothing is ever Chrisean's fault, and she's going to find a way to pin some other bullshit on somebody. We talked about how probably a year or so ago, while Blue was still locked up, she was telling Jaden and Carlissa that she forgives them and telling them to come get Junior and stuff like that. That's what Chrisean is doing when she all of a sudden gets it in her head that all these people, right, that she's previously said she doesn't want around her child, now all of a sudden she's just so comfortable letting them spend time with him, right? Because before she never wanted Carlissa and Chrisean and Jaden around her son, but all of a sudden, oh, I forgive y'all. Y'all can come get him. And then y'all remember Charlotte. She didn't want Charlotte doing nothing with Junior. Y'all remember it was not too long after Junior was born. I want to say it was one of Chrisean's sisters, and I don't remember which one it was. They came out and they were talking about how Chrisean wouldn't even let Charlotte hold Junior. And I want to say Charlotte tried to like give Junior a kiss or something like that, and Chrisean got mad about it. And I don't have the picture already pulled up, I don't think. But there is a picture that Tareen took during that whole situation with Bino where Chrisean wouldn't come pick him up or whatever, right? And Tareen was in church. It's Tareen taking the picture, and then she has the camera angled back, and Charla is holding Junior. That pissed Chrisean off because not only did Tareen not have a filter on Junior, but Charla was holding him. And that pissed her off. Even though she hates Junior, she hates Charla even more. She don't want Charla touching her child, but now all of a sudden Charla is allowed to babysit him and hold him and everything else. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, something is up. She got Charla over there for a reason. Cuz all this time she never wanted Charla to have nothing to do with Junior at all. Even though she don't give a damn about Junior, she never wanted Charla to have nothing to do with Junior, and now she over there playing grandma. Comfortably too. Living up in the house with Chrisean and everything, I guess. Extremely evil and dangerous. I don't Chrisean would have to get the fuck away from me. The way these people too on TPI, the way they risk everything to stay in alignment with her just so they can get paid. No fucking way. And no, not at all. She's off pink powder bad. Yeah, Krusty did not want her mom around Junior at all, but now she's at her. And did y'all see that picture, well, that clip of Junior where he was laid in the Bible again, and from the side, like he looked like he was laying in a casket? Like, you can't tell me Charlotte being over there with Junior and Chrisean exploiting him on stream, laying him in the Bible like he's half dead, and with the camera angled at him showing like he looks like he's half dead or something. Chrisean got some shit going on over there. Any day now, I wouldn't be surprised if we wake up in Junior's front page news at all. And she gonna be blaming it on Charlotte. I trusted him. Da, 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 da. I thought you were doing better. I was trying to have you take care of him and be a grandma, and you hurt my son, bro. Like, I can't deal with this shit at all, bro. I can't. Let me see. Yes, Junior looked weird on the Bible pillow. Extremely crazy. Extremely crazy on the Bible pillow. And that's not the first time she didn't put him in the Bible pillow either. Mm, mm. He totally looks like he's laying in a casket now that, yeah. And I think that's why she does it. I really think that the Chrisean's whole streaming thing and all of that is literally just her getting off on like her faking these milestones with Junior, low-key hurting him sometimes too, and how the people in the chat are reacting to it. I think that does something for her. Because even I think I talked about it on yesterday's live where she was holding his legs down with a book under the covers because she didn't want people to see his feet and she didn't want him to get from under the covers. Like, restraining him for what? If he wants to move around, let him move around. You want like, you it's like she wants people to see that he's doing better, but then when he starts doing too much, she has to suppress it. When he starts, like, really moving around and, like, people see his feet and stuff like that. Because even, like, in that first live with him, people had clipped out points where she was, like, picking him up or whatever, but she would make sure that she kept his feet covered with her hand as if we don't know what the fuck his feet look like. Like, uh, um, him not having a roof or food. Yeah, Junior gets absolutely nothing. He gets a bottle of Pediasure, whether it be chocolate or vanilla, in an old bottle that don't get washed. Um, he might get his clothes changed. He might not. The way people have described him as smelling, he might get a bath. He might not. And that's it for Junior. That's it. He lives a very Junior's quality of life is extremely pathetic and sad. It is. And Krishan's fans, they act like they don't see it. They just want Krishan to shine. Like that silly bitch that was in my comments earlier. Don't you want her to shine? That's all they're worried about. And Krishan is never going to shine again. She was never shining before for those of us that uh could see through her bullshit, right? But to some people, Krishan was an absolute star before. And she's it's over. It really is. That's why I say she just need to go get a job at Wendy's or something. Get on government assistance if need be. And her and Junior just I guess just live out the rest of Junior's days. And then after that, Krishan can uh regroup and try something else until she go to jail or die, whichever one happens first. Um, mm, his feet look like this. I didn't think it was that bad. Yeah, there was I want to say like a couple months ago. No, it wasn't a couple months ago. It was with like right before her fight. There's a picture where she had stood Junior up like in front of her facing her, but all you could focus on was the fact that Junior's legs and his ankles are like bent and they look like parentheses, and she's standing him up as if he can actually stand up by himself and walk on them. And anybody with common sense knows that's not true. Just like I was watching a clip right before I got on her here of her allegedly teaching him how to walk, but the camera is angled so that you can't even see his legs or anything like that. Like, it's literally just the top of his head and then half her body that's being shown. All Krishan is doing is holding Junior up and pushing his legs, gliding his legs with her feet along the floor. Junior's not walking nowhere. But this is the type of shit that Krishan gets online and does, and her fans hype her up for it. Oh, Junior's walking. See, he's making progress. Krishan's such a good mommy. She is playing with a special needs disabled child. That's what she's doing. He's not walking. She's not helping him walk anything. There is no progress being made. But people so badly want to believe that she's doing her big one and she's actually helping him. No, she's not. That's going to be her ventriloquist doll for the rest of his time here on Earth. That's all she does with him is play on the internet with him. That's why all he knows how to do. Junior, all he can react to is people clapping. Like, when he hears clapping, he'll clap back, right? Which is a good sign. At least we know that there's some like brain activity, and he can react to things. And then the kissing noise. The kissing noise is his cue to lean in for something, right? And then we seen on I had posted it the other day. Let me get it back up here. Or I posted it yesterday. Um, mm, oh, here it is.
It's one for bedtime and one for daytime. Mom, I'm on live. Okay. Like, see, I'm yelling and stuff. You okay? Mom, I'm on live. Okay. Like, see, I'm yelling and stuff. You okay?
Like I said yesterday, Chrisean be doing this shit on purpose. Like I really do feel like, because how do you not know if Junior is easily like startled by loud noises? That's something that Chrisean knows by now. He's 3 years old. Oh, well, almost 3 years old. He'll be 3 in September. So by now she knows that Junior is easily startled, everything else, if that's the case, right? Because some people in the comments were talking about that. Oh, Junior's blind, so loud noises startle him. That may be the case. However, why is he like, if he's easily startled by loud noises, right? Cool. But the fact that he just looks so scared and in fear of Chrisean's voice specifically, because we have to realize something. Junior is around nothing but chaos all the time. Chaos, people talking loud, people yelling. He's in loud environments all the time, stuff like that. And a lot of the times he be knocked out. And then sometimes he's just not reacting to it, like he's just in his own little world. But for Chrisean yelling like that to like startle him like that, and him start crying, and the look on his face is he just straight up scared. To me, that looks more like she's abusing him and he's afraid of her yelling. Straight up. Like I said yesterday, I always say whenever something doesn't go in Chrisean's favor, or somebody embarrasses Chrisean, or they call her out on her bullshit or something like that, right? I always say, pray for Junior. Because just like we talked about yesterday, how Chrisean got mad and killed her dog, Chrisean absolutely be getting mad and beating Junior the fuck up. That's why Junior be having all these unexplained bruises and knots and everything else on his head, because Chrisean be fucking him up. And once again, her own sisters are the ones that be coming out and talking about this shit. They're the ones that be selling Chrisean's information and videos and pictures and everything else behind the scenes. Like, this shit is so sad, bro. It is. I don't care how you feel about Chrisean. Like, this is a special needs disabled child, and everybody is playing with him. He don't have no peace whatsoever. Junior ain't ever even had his own room before. Chrisean been talking about setting Junior's room up for almost 3 years now. And y'all remember the first few months of Chrisean Jr.'s life, he was in that trapped out ass house with her, and there was all kinds of junkies running in and out, everything. And he was sleeping on the damn air mattress with her, while she had a bunch of other people in the other 4 rooms that he could have had. And then she go over to Blueface's house. He's sleeping in the bed with her. He's sleeping in the stroller. He's sleeping wherever she lay him down at. Junior has never even had his own room. He's never been able to eat a meal. He don't know. Chrisean be giving him. She gave him juice on the live that time. Y'all see, Junior couldn't even swallow that shit for real. He didn't know what the hell was going on with that juice because he had never had none before. Like, that's Junior's life for real. And people just look at this and they'll be like, "Oh, that's funny. This is that." This shit is sad and it's pathetic. Ronny was playing with Junior, Blueface playing with Junior, Carlissa playing with him, Chrisean playing with him. Everybody's playing. And this is how he is from the treatment that he gets behind the scenes.
Mom, I'm on live. Okay. Like, see, I'm yelling and stuff. You okay?
Like, and then this fake ass, "Oh, you okay?" She don't give a fuck at all, trying to play like she a concerned mom or something. Oh, Junior doesn't even know what the fuck is going on half the time. Exactly. Junior don't know if somebody's really trying to play with him for real. He gotta like buffer on it for a moment. Like, is somebody actually trying to love on me instead of abusing me for once? Am I actually out in the open playing with somebody instead of in the stroller facing the wall? Most of the time, Junior don't know what's going on. You gotta catch on and catch up, basically. Is it going is going to get really hard for due to him not being able to take loud noise. Yeah, I feel like although it's sad that it's been said that Junior isn't gonna live a long life, um that's probably best for him. And I don't mean that in a bad way or anything like that, right? But if this is his life that he's living on Earth, like he got Chrisean as his mom, he got the Malones as his immediate family, he got Blueface for a daddy, he got Carlissa for a grandma, Charla for a grandma, um, all that shit. And then he can't see, he can't talk, he can't walk, he can't eat. There's no way he's not constantly in pain, whether it be from the clubbed feet or the hernia situation. Um, it's been said that the reason he can't eat anything is because the seizure disorder has messed his like his digestive system up so bad from the amount of seizures he has. Um, and that was said by Krishan's niece, and nobody else has came out and spoke on that. So I don't know if that's exactly what the cause for him not being able to eat is. Um, or if it was just from like the sheer amount of damage that was done while Krishan was pregnant. But either way it goes, it's still sad. Like Junior don't even have the luxury of just being able to taste food. What there's he has no quality of life for real. So maybe it is best that he doesn't have a long time to live. I don't know. But I like it. This shit is sad. It is. And the way, once again, the way all of them play with this little boy just to keep views coming in because they can't do shit else in life besides show their ass on the internet is sad. All of them should be ashamed of themselves. Just like everybody should be on whatever indictment, everything, anything else that comes behind Junior passing away. That shit should be 48 pages long with all the names of Krishan's accomplices and covering this shit up and not saying anything and playing into her little games and shit like that. Um, he needs to go back to God. He needs to go back to God, but damn, not like this. Tortured his whole life. Life is messed the fuck up and nobody cares. Yeah, not like this at all. Because at the end of the day, we really do got to remember that this is a child. Even though he has all kinds of problems, he's still a child. Even though he's Krishan's son. And I feel like that too. A lot of reason why people don't really take Junior seriously like that and people feel so comfortable like saying certain things about him and all that shit, right? Is literally just because he's Krishan's son. That's it. And so his value to a lot of people automatically decreases because they don't fuck with Krishan, and Krishan is a dirty trifling bitch. So it bleeds over to Junior basically. And not even, honestly, not even just for Krishan and Junior, right? Blueface and Jaden, especially Blueface, Javon and Journey, they're not gonna benefit in the end either. Like, we've talked about how broke Blueface is, we've talked about the financial situation, everything, right? There's not gonna be any money by the time all of this shit is over, said and done, right? There's not gonna be any money passed down to Javon and Journey. Even if Blueface was smart enough to actually go get like life insurance policy put on himself for each of his kids, which I highly doubt he is, because the nigga don't even like getting tested for STDs. He refused to do that. I highly doubt he's thinking about life insurance. But even if he were to go get life insurance policies, right? That life insurance money is not going to last forever. So them kids are going to be left with absolutely nothing but a whole digital footprint that lasted at least, right, 6 years at this point, of their dad doing nothing but bullshit on the internet. They're going to get to see all the times their dad played in their mom's face. They're going to get to see all the times their dad put Chrisean, a fucking crackhead, before them. They're going to get to see all that. They're going to get to see Jaden sloppy drunk on the internet, wondering where the studs with the big straps are at. All kinds of shit. Jaden crashing out over their dad, all kinds of shit. That's all they're going to be left with. Blueface isn't leaving a legacy behind for his kids either. He's not leaving money or a legacy. Nevaeh is not too deep in. She might be able to change her story, but at the same time, as it stands right now, all we have in Nevaeh is her admitting that she's a hoe. Her old niggas coming out talking about all the shit she done with them, how she dragged her son around everywhere, all that. That's all these kids have. None of these people are gonna leave their kids with anything positive. Not any money to help them, propel themselves in life. They're not leaving behind a good legacy for them to be proud of, anything. The fuck is Javon gonna say when he gets older and somebody asks him about who his dad is? Oh, my dad was Blueface and he had the circus on the internet and he disrespected my mom all the time and he got this girl named Chrisean pregnant and she was a crackhead and so her baby came out with all these issues and da 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 da. That's the legacy that Blueface has to leave behind. Like nothing about this shit is a flex and nobody's winning at all. And nobody gives a fuck about how the kids are going to suffer anything. I thought he was already 3, about to turn 4. No, he turns 3 in September. Nobody gives a fuck about the kids. That's why when y'all sit back and y'all hype Jaden up for putting a roof over here kids' heads and the fact that they can walk, talk, and eat. Like I said before, so can serial killers, so can drug addicts. They can walk, talk, and eat too. And Javon already, I know y'all gonna get mad, but Javon is already on the JCat behavior. Stealing $500 from your mom, that's JCat behavior. I'm sorry, but it is. She literally carries him in one arm. That's how tiny he is for his age. Yeah, what was the video where Chrisean and her family were going to eat crabs again or whatever, right? Just like Blueface's family, always eating crabs. And he was in the stroller with Luella and Chrisean's niece. Both of them are way younger than him, but they're either the same size or a little bit bigger than him. Because I think both of them girls are still like 1. I don't even think they've turned 2 yet, for real. But they're the same size or bigger than Junior. It really is sad. Who is Miss Sam? Are y'all talking about Miss Tarot Reader? I got a story if y'all are. Selfish, all of them. He's addicted. He's addicted to Roblox. That's why I said it's JCat behavior. It is. And you know what? I seen that that clip of Javon cuddled up with Jaden and Blueface or whatever from the other day. And I don't think like when that happened, I think a lot of people were like, "Oh, whatever," right? But Javon is craving for like a family unit. He's craving for his dad to be there, his mom to act like she got some sense. Cause y'all remember, there was a stream where Javon told Blue that the only time Jaden is happy is when Blue is at the house. And so he just want his mom to be happy. He want his dad to be there. They just want to be a family unit. Like, but instead, the money is more important. We got to do all the extras every day instead of looking out for our kids' well-being and pay attention to their needs. So the story about old girl who was just mentioned in the chat. So y'all know we talked about what would have been Chrisean's first victim. And like I said, I'm not going to get too deep into it because we don't have any details for real, just like basic stuff. There's been no name released or anything. But I was watching one of her videos maybe like a year or so ago. And it might have been longer than that. I don't know. But I got in her comments and she was doing a video about this victim and she had the wrong name. Y'all know we talked about the wrong name was released, whatever. And so I got in her comments and I told her, I said, "Hey, that's not Chrisean's victim. You're giving out the wrong name, you're giving out the wrong information, and you're not like it's kind of disrespectful to both families for real, because the Chrisean's actual victim, her name isn't out, but if you want to advocate for somebody, you're giving the wrong name and then you're giving that person's family false hope too, right?" Because at the time, I don't know if this person's family knew that their family member's name was being used as Chrisean's victim or whatever. And like I've said before, it doesn't matter how you feel about Chrisean. Chrisean has enough shit going on that you never have to lie on her for real. Like you can pick something else to cover, right? And so I told her, that's not the name, all that, And y'all know what she did? Instead of responding or having a conversation or as a content creator having enough integrity to be like, "Oh, I didn't know that. I'll stop using the name," go on her platform and say that she gave the wrong name and, correct herself, whatever. She deleted my comment. And still to this day, she is still saying the wrong victim's name, even though I told her that that was not the victim's name. Instead of just receiving the information, right? And then correcting herself and having the integrity to correct herself on her channel, right? She deleted my fucking comment and is still using the wrong name today. So yesterday, right, when I told y'all that I wanted y'all to stop listening to a lot of these tarot readers, or really all of them for real, that's exactly the type of shit that I'm talking about. Because all they're doing is taking narratives that they read on Reddit and everywhere else, and all they're doing is flipping them little cards around on the camera and regurgitating other shit that they've heard on Reddit or somewhere else, and they're giving out false information. And then when somebody tries to correct them, that's what they do, delete the comments. That's why I said I don't be over in everybody's chat for real. You want to sit online and talk about you're a celestial being and you're a tarot card reader, and that's how you want people to believe that you have the answers. But when I told you that you were using the wrong person's name, you chose to delete the comment, and you're still over there to this very day using the wrong name. I told y'all I don't fuck with a lot of these. I don't fuck with the majority of them at all. And I try to on my channel every once in a while, because a lot of these stories, they're old, right? So if I repeat something wrong and somebody brings it to my attention that it's wrong, if you present that it's wrong or something like that, right? Or you're a trusted source, I'll walk it back, right? And I'll say that I was wrong. Like I think I told y'all the story on Twitter about how well, I told it over here, but this happened on Twitter about how I had reposted a video and it said that Chrisean was the one that gifted Scotty some liquor at her baby shower or whatever. And then people in my comments that actually had the real tea and they had the whole live, they posted it and said, no, it was actually DJ Sky. And so I had no problem going back and saying, correction, hey, it was DJ Sky, it wasn't Chrisean, right? That's your responsibility as a content creator. If you actually are interested in reporting the truth and not just getting views. Y'all laughing in the chat, but I'm serious. I couldn't believe when I looked and she had deleted that fucking comment. I said, oh, wow. Miss Celestial. I said, you a dirty bitch. I'm gonna stay from over here though. And I ain't never went back to that page again. Deleted the fuck out my comment. And still just over there lying. Even though somebody already told her she got the wrong name. And that's how so many people have the wrong name. She just over there saying shit. I don't even care if she blocked me for real, because like I said, once I seen that she deleted my comment and she was still reporting bullshit, I never been back over there. She didn't have to worry about me no more after that. Yeah, that Sammy lady is full of it. She only repeats what she sees on TikTok. Exactly. That's all she's doing, and that's all a lot of these tarot readers do, is they're just repeating what they see on TikTok and Reddit. And earlier in the chat, right, when we were talking about the shit that Ronny be doing, and I kept on putting the comments on the screen of people talking about how y'all were saying that Ronny just be repeating what people were saying in the comments. That's all he was doing too. When he would try to think of new stuff to say, when he would do his lives and go on these interviews and stuff like that, all he would do is spend time reviewing the comments and then get up online and regurgitate what people were saying in the comments. And that's the same shit Chrisean does too. Chrisean studies the fuck out of comments, and that's how she gets on. And then she gets on lives and she makes them her talking points. That's all they do. None of these people have any talent, anything. That's all they do, is rely on what people are saying in the comments, and then that's their content. Money is their god. Yeah, all of it is for money. I don't know if she's a Reddit fan for real, but I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like I had heard her say something about Reddit before. But yeah, a lot of people be over on Reddit and just putting shit together, and it don't be true at all. That's another thing I stay away from is Reddit. If y'all are over on Reddit, make y'all trips over there less frequent. I promise. You She probably did. She probably did. Yeah, we're talking about her. Yeah, she said that Chrisean was not going to show up to the boxing match. She got a lot of shit wrong. Yeah, she just be over there saying shit. Why would Chrisean not show up? She was finna get paid. And if she had actually been paying attention instead of just online saying shit, she would know that the fight was already set up in Chrisean's favor. Remember, she's supposed to be a tarot reader, right? So she would have already known, and she would have been paying attention to the fact that Chrisean was already exposing the fact that the fight was set up in her favor and she was going to win it. So why would she not go to the fight? Just over there just saying shit. I've never been on Reddit. What's up with that platform? Now I want to know. Reddit, right? They do a lot of storytelling over there. So Reddit is it's like the redheaded stepchild of the exposing Chrisean community. I'll say that. Over on Reddit, they don't like Chrisean, right? In the exposing Chrisean community. However, they are completely avoidant of the truth, right? So for instance, perfect example, we were talking about Peter earlier in the video, right? When they got knowledge of Peter, their question was, how do we know if, and mind you, Peter had already been dropping a bunch of stuff from behind the scenes, stuff like that, right? And their question was always, who is this Peter person? How do we know if he's legit? I remember one time I seen a comment that was like, they said something about, how do we know if he's on our side? Like that's the type of shit that goes on over there. They've said that Taz, Mr. V's daughter, was AI. They've said all kinds of shit over there. They take the smallest things and they'll create a whole story off of it that's not true, and they'll just be speaking it as if it's straight up gospel. It doesn't matter if it's about Junior, it could be about Chrisean, it could be about one of Chrisean's people. A lot of that shit over there is not true at all. They just make it up basically. It's like they come up with it in their mind and then they speak it as being fact, and nothing about it is true at all. So yeah, I don't spend too much time on Reddit. Every once in a while, I go over there just to see what's going on, what kind of delusional shit they got going on. And I'm never impressed when I leave. I'll pull up, I'll go through, maybe do a few scrolls, read a few things, get in the comments, read the comments. I don't ever post anything in them. Um, and then I'll leave. And it really is just entertainment for me most of the time because there's never nothing serious going on in there for real. Um, Someone said Peter was Petey. Nah. Um, Peter, I don't think he ever explained who he was. One time he did post a picture of himself. And if you missed it, you missed it. But the way and this has been a while ago because Peter has been around for a while now. But the way I remember the explanation, and I'm not presenting this as necessarily fact, but this is just what I remember as to how it was explained. That Peter originally was I don't want to say Blue's friend necessarily, but he originally was kind of locked in with Blue, I guess he would say. I guess I would say like Blueface was the one that he knew out of the circus. It wasn't necessarily Chrisean, it was Blueface that he knew. And then things happen behind the scenes, of course, and then um the focus like his focus is still on Blueface, but then it turned to Chrisean as well. Um yeah. I'll leave it right there because I don't think I'm getting that 100% correct, but that's what I remember from it. But like I said, it's been a while ago. Um, but yeah, it's not Petey. And it's nobody from Krishan's side. Um, uh, yeah, I like Vu's channel too. I like her takes on things. I don't necessarily watch her for like necessarily the facts of the case for real because she doesn't have anything from like behind the scenes or anything, but I like her takes on certain things, especially Jaden. Um for obvious reasons. Um and Krishan too, but um who else? They go hard. They go hard for her. They have secret meetings and everything with this demon. Yeah. Everybody likes to get on the internet and play like they're against Krishan, but they're absolutely not at all. She likes to act and sing and reads out of a Bible, pulls Aleister Crowley cards all in one video while peddling things from China, showing her food and saying it would be good for Junior. She is some uh, a lot of these people, I really just gotta look at them and then just go on with my business for real. I can't spend too much time on it. Um, Somebody's talking against Peter in the chat again. Let me see. Peter showed a picture of himself before. It's not a woman. He's not fake. I don't. Why do y'all? Here's my question. I want to ask you this, and I'm not trying to do this like in a rude way or anything like that. But why do y'all think it's so out of touch with reality that like there's actually someone that is connected to the circus or connected to what's going on behind the scenes and they actually have like real information about it? Because, like I said earlier, the circus is TPI, Trailer Park Island. It's not that hard to get close to these people. And like I've talked about on my channel before, um, it's not hard to get information out of Krishan's family either. It's just not that hard to get information about these people for real. And if somebody is already connected to them and they have the money and the resources to get more information, there's people like that that exist in the world. There's people, honestly, if we want to be real about it, there's people like that in every single sector. Because we're over here in the circus sector, right? But there's so many different sectors, and there's always a whistleblower, somebody that has direct information that's coming out and leaking it online. So I just I don't understand why y'all think Peter is fake or he's AI or whatever the case may be. Like I said, he's posted his picture before. He's explained like his background and how he came to know Blueface and stuff like that. I don't think any of it's fake. And then like somebody asked, he's so far everything that's Peter's posted, he hasn't been wrong with anything. So it's not like we can say he's not credible at all, because Peter will start talking about some stuff months in advance, and then like it'll turn out to be true, you know? Um we'll leave that there, but I don't really get why people don't believe that that man is real. Um hey Nisha. Um Yeah, I wouldn't play with Peter at all. That's why I don't know if y'all noticed, but I kind of try to, when it comes to Peter, I try not to, like I just got done talking about how trying to explain kind of how he came to be associated with the circus or whatever. I try not to um say the wrong things with it, cuz I don't want nobody, I don't want no smoke. Um and me, I'm just a little old content creator, so he might not ever even see my videos or anything, right? But I try to keep respect on his name pretty much. I don't want to play with him. I don't know why anybody else wants to play with him. He's proven that he's not the one for real. We believe Peter. We gonna put some respect on Peter's name, and we gonna leave it alone. Um, yeah. So Peter has not necessarily revealed like his identity as a whole, I guess I would say, but he's spoken before, he's put his picture out before. He's a real person. Just like earlier how I was talking about how people were saying that Mr. V's daughter Taz is AI. You know how many videos she's put out speaking? Like, it's not AI. Y'all seen her just now in a federal meeting. That's not AI. There's actually people that are connected, and you know they were affected by shit that's going on behind the scenes with the circus, and it just is what it is. It's not. That's what I want people to understand too. Is that it's not just Chrisean, Blueface, Carlissa, Jaden, the kids. They're not the only people that are affected by this shit. Chrisean has tons of victims. Those victims have families, everything else. And I'm not saying, when I say tons of victims, I'm not even just talking about unalivings. I'm talking about people that Chrisean has assaulted. I'm talking about people that Chrisean has helped put in prison, all kinds of shit. Like, these people do be coming out and speaking. They absolutely do. There's a man on YouTube. I just found him yesterday, and I have to go back and watch some of his videos, but he was leaking stuff, and I had never seen his videos before, but he was leaking stuff about shit that was going on with Blueface in prison. And from what I had heard that he said yesterday, all of it was already confirmed by Peter too. So I'm gonna go over there and check out his videos, and we might watch a couple over here too. Um Let me see. Yeah, he's not to be played with. Peter has proven himself. So we don't question Peter for real. Your channel was suggested in my videos. That's how I found you the other day. Oh, was it? That's good. At least my content is getting out. We want as many people to hear the truth as possible. Cuz at this point, y'all, now that like I'm more like focused on the truth, and I know a whole lot more about the circus and an idea of what's going on behind the scenes, because I never want to present either that I know 100% of everything that's going on behind the scenes. I don't want to make it seem like that. Um, but I have been able to catch on to stuff and pick up what people are putting down and stuff like that. Um, but it starts to get hard to watch a lot of stuff on social media and listen to a lot of stuff, like especially when it comes to like the Ronnie narratives and shit like that. Um, so I think it's important to keep like pushing the truth out, you know? Um, yeah. Um Yeah, Taz will be in comments every once in a while too. I've seen her in comments before, and then like I showed that I think I took it off the screen already, but I put up earlier Taz in somebody's comments that Corey had reposted. Um and I don't know if she was in his comments or I don't know exactly where that comment section was, but she's in comments sometimes too. Um It's just Peter is that dude. You just search it. Some people, for some reason, some people say that they can't see it, and I know every once in a while he'll I guess deactivate his YouTube page, but for some reason when you type it in, a lot of times it won't show up at all. Like if I type it in like on my own personal YouTube page or something like that, it won't come up, but if I type it in on this page, it'll come up. So I don't know. YouTube be playing sometimes. We gonna stall Junior out today. Mm, mm, mm. Or y'all talking about blue sex tape? Let me see. It truly is messed up how much attention the freak show circus gets. My husband gets mad and even knows Krishan's voice. He hates when I'm watching anything on them. Um, I kind of feel that. My husband doesn't get mad about it. Like he understands why I cover it. But he doesn't like the situation basically. As far as like what actually goes on in the circus and how bad they play with special needs kids and all that shit. He's not impressed by this stuff. Um, but I think it makes it better for him to accept seeing as how I'm not like with it, like I'm not cheering it on, but I'm actually speaking against it. But yeah. Can I have put this not on me? I don't know. Y'all know I'm still kind of new to YouTube, so I don't know how all the inner workings go yet. Um, Tamar, oh my god, just clicked for me. Are you talking about the Tamar situation? How bad everybody was playing with it? Um, when you have sensitive information and dealing with these demons, you move differently. If you know, you know. Yeah, and that's why I don't like how I told y'all. I'll never tell y'all like too much about me or anything like that. Um, I don't ever plan on coming up here and doing a maybe one day when everything is said and done, I'll do like a face reveal or something like that, right? But even just as like a smaller content creator, not even just Peter or anything like that, whenever you come out and you start like speaking truthfully about this shit, Krishan and her little minions, they will visit you. I've received a visit before, and not in real life, but like on my actual pages. DMs in the comment section, everything else. Krishan don't bother nobody that's just online saying bullshit pretty much. Like there's nothing behind it. She knows it's not true. It's not true information. Those people, Krishan don't really do nothing with. She don't care about them. But if you're saying anything against her that might actually be true for real, or she feels hit by it, yeah, she gonna get in your DMs, or she gonna send her people over your way, something like that, right? Um, I'll leave that there. But yeah, we talked about Krishan and burners and stuff like that before. And then as far as Peter goes, like y'all remember, and I think I talked about this before, but like when he first posted like the beginning of that video where they said that Chrisean slapped Junior and threw him in the closet, but that part isn't actually shown. It's just the hotel room that's shown. So many people wanted to see, for some reason, Junior getting slapped and threw in the closet. And for the life of me, I don't understand why you would want to see any child at all go through that. But I don't understand especially why you would want to see a special needs disabled child that literally doesn't even know what's going on. I don't know why you would want to see them be slapped and thrown in a closet. Just for you to believe that it actually happened, even though you see Junior knotted and bruised up all the time. It's not hard to believe that she did that. With the pedo allegations and the gay allegations and everything like that against Blueface. Peter has talked about those before too, and there's been people that have said he was lying. And what do you want to see to believe it? You want him to post Blueface getting his back blown out on his YouTube page, or what do you want to see to believe it? Or can you look at what Peter is saying and we'll pick up what he's putting down and then match it to Blueface's actions that he displays online by himself? You know, not everything has to be spoon-fed to everybody. That's the purpose of this live. Y'all just got to put stuff together and know that y'all can find some of the answers by yourselves too. You just say Blueface. Yes, Laura. Blueface was in prison getting down, girl. Absolutely. Blueface was in prison getting his back blown out. Y'all remember, I think I talked about it earlier in this live when Blueface had first got out of prison and he was doing his boxing training or whatever, and he had that big wet spot on the back of his pants. Blueface used to get tore up in prison. They said, I didn't say it, allegedly, this is what they said, right? They said Blueface got done so bad one night that he ended up having to go to medical. Like they tore him from the rooter to the tutor, basically. They said he was in there flipped upside and everything. I'm actually still surprised that Blueface's sex tapes haven't came out yet. Any day now, though. Yeah, that too, right? Not only was Blueface getting tossed up in prison, but Blueface had a man in prison. And allegedly his man was sharing him with other people, you know? Blueface likes to act like he had a like he sat down like a G and did his time while he was in prison. Blueface went through a lot in prison. Let me show y'all something. Actually, I guess I took it off. Let me pull it back up. I'm not finna show you y'all no tape or nothing like that, but since we were already talking about Peter, I found this earlier too while I was gathering my my content. Where is it at? Here we go. So y'all see where it came from on Instagram. Peter said there's an entire entity controlling his prison stay, and it's all due to the 304. Now, if you're new here and you don't know who Peter is, the 304 is Chrisean. That's who he's referencing. And he's talking about Blueface. And so I think I mentioned before that a lot of the shit that Blueface went through in jail, it was behind Chrisean. So all them tattoos on Blueface's face that he was forced to get, all Blueface getting beat down damn near every day. Like, have y'all seen like how fucked up Blue's mouth is since he's been out of prison? Specifically like his bottom lip and stuff. Next time Blue get up close in a camera. Actually, I'm not gonna go get it, but when we get off live, y'all go look at Blueface's his little red carpet interview that he did at the Impact Awards with Jason Lee. And there's an angle in that interview you can where you can see inside Blueface's mouth and like his bottom row of teeth. And look at how twisted up his mouth is and everything else, right? And then two, I don't know if this is related to all the beatings Blueface got while he was locked up, but Blueface has this it's like he has digestive issues now or something. Like y'all see how he's always burping and shit like that now? And then I want to say it was like maybe a month or so after he got out when he went and did a stream with Ryan Garcia, and Ryan Garcia barely tapped him, but Blue acted like he was finna die. Blue is fucked up for real. Like I said, people be in the comments talking about Blueface is a clone. That nigga is not a clone at all. He went through a lot in prison. They tore him up in prison, literally. Yeah, actually on one side he's missing a tooth, and then like something's going on with the other side, and I can't quite pinpoint it yet. But some like the whole bottom of his mouth looks crazy on the inside, but you got to catch it at an angle. So you're not going to see it like every time he's on stream or anything like that. But it looks crazy. And Blueface did not get those tattoos on it. Yeah, he was forced to get those tattoos. And he wants to act like he got him because he wanted him. No, he didn't. Blueface, if y'all remember how like vain Blueface was, he would have never put all that shit on his face. Yeah, all that burping and stuff. Yeah. That's new. Blueface didn't used to do that. He just started doing that since he got out of prison. I do think Blueface is giving up on life. I think that's part of the reason he's around there with Chrisean too. He's just ready to get the show on the road. He's given up on life, and he went through a lot of prison, through a lot in prison, and I think he's realized that like his life is never going to be the same again. So what's the point in really trying to do better, or trying to be a better father, trying to be a better man in general? He just gave up on life, and it's of nobody's fault but his. So hey, he deserves it. Yeah. Blue was Blue Keisha in prison. Chrisean isn't smart, but the smarter than Blue, so she will finish it. Yeah, Chrisean is definitely smarter than Blue. And some people think it's the other way around for some reason, but y'all gotta remember that Chrisean was sent to Blue. Chrisean was sent to Blue. And Blueface was the one that let her into the camp, because Chrisean's actual target, the way I remember it being explained, right, is that Chrisean's actual target was not Blueface, but she was sent to Blue specifically because Blueface was the weakest link to be able to like put herself inside of that actual circle. And it worked. So is he like Blueface is not smarter than Chrisean at all. And once again, Chrisean, if you're watching this, I'm not saying that as a flex to you, girl. You little demon. Jaden should have made sure he got therapy before being around her kids. Yeah, when Blueface got out of jail, he should have took at least maybe like at least at the bare minimum, like 3 or 4 months, took some time to himself, focused on therapy, not been on the internet with all the bullshit. If Jaden was gonna let him around the kids right away, it should have been nothing but like kind of how it is, like supervised visits. I wouldn't have had Carlissa around the kids or anything like that. And there would have also been an agreement that the kids would not be on stream with him. I don't know why Jaden wouldn't put that into effect either. Them her kids though. When everything is said and done, she's going to be the one that's going to have to clean up the mess and pick up all the pieces and everything else. So while y'all are sitting over there hyping Jaden up about how good of a mommy she is and how she's doing this and how she's doing that, when all this shit is said and done and Blueface is no longer around, whether that be hell or jail, Jaden is going to be the one that's going to have to pick up all those pieces for her kids. Like I said, she's never been in a winning situation, and she won't be going into the future either. But that's the life she chose, because she could have chose different for her kids too, and she chose not to. So She just want to stay up under Blueface's wing like that's her daddy or something. Um, oh my Remember Orlando said Blueface got his name from Panda, the satanic ritual done to anyone who signs the deal for fame. Aleister Crowley was the one who wrote a perfect intelligence male child under 3. I feel like I remember something about Orlando Brown talking about Blueface, but I don't remember the whole situation though. Like it's a little bit in my memory, but it's not vivid. Um mm, mm. Yes, Blue Keisha. Blue was getting passed around in there. Had him a man and everything, child. And that's crazy too because Jaden wants to act like she's so bossed up and like she's moving on and stuff like that. Blueface went to jail and got him a man, and Jaden was just at home waiting for Blueface to get out of jail, playing around with Jocelyn or whatever until he got free. But she was still Jaden. This is how fucked up Jaden's situation is, right? I talked yesterday about how Jocelyn was getting mad that Jaden was having phone sex with Blue and they were still fucking around or whatever, right? But Blue was in there, Blue was in prison, had a whole man, was getting busted down damn near every night, and Jaden was having phone sex with him while she was supposed to be moving on with the next bitch. And then the next bitch don't really want to fuck with her because she's still fucking with her baby daddy, but her baby daddy is getting fucked. That's Jaden's reality. And y'all swear she's the upper echelon. She's the winner in the situation, everything. Jaden got a really shitty position. She really does. It's embarrassing at every fucking turn. It really is. It's embarrassing as fuck at every turn. Every turn, it's embarrassing. Yeah, he was getting passed around. They said, once again, allegedly, they said that Blueface was getting passed around so much, he was walking past groups of prisoners and they were saying, ain't no fun if the homies can't have none. That was Blueface in prison, allegedly. And so now Blueface is out on the streets and these hoes acting like he's a hot commodity. Jaden, if you watching this, you sitting up talking shit about other all Blueface's other hoes in chat or whatever, you laughing at them, but you be so happy to be around this man. And he had a whole man in prison. And at first, right, it started out that like it almost seemed like Blueface was just getting essayed. But then a video came out and they said that Blueface was in there moaning and throwing it back. So he wasn't getting essayed. So it was like he was that's what he was telling his family, but in reality, he was just in there taking dick. And I think I talked about it on here before, how once again, allegedly, they said the family then seen the video. So Carlissa didn't seen the videos, Jaden didn't seen the videos, Chrisean didn't seen the videos, everything. And they said Carlissa fell out when she first seen him. She couldn't believe Blueface was in there getting stuffed like that, you know? But yeah, once again, the shit that they put online to distract from what's going on behind the scenes is wild. You got Jaden running around thinking she the star of the show just so she can claim a nigga that had a man in prison, and he was the prison hoe. He was the prison hoe. Jaden making fun of Nevaeh. She talking about her for being a hoe out on the streets, right? Which she absolutely is. Nevaeh's a hoe for real. But Jaden is relishing in that. But your man was in prison being a hoe to other men. The love of your life was in prison throwing it back every night, Jaden. And you in love with him. Let me read a few more of y'all comments and then I'm gonna get up out of here. It's almost 2:00 in the morning. A whole cesspool. Absolutely. I don't think most people get how dirty and disgusting this whole thing is. Nothing about it. There's no ray of sunshine or anything in this whole circus thing. TPI, Trailer Park Island, it just has a dark cloud over it. And every single thing like bad that you can think of in the world, whether it's prison, uh a man being down low and passing himself around to all different types of women and soft launching the fact that he's gay on Jason Lee, and when he's on stream asking people if they would have sex with Saucy Santana or not. You got disabled special needs children, you got 3-year-old little girls running around cussing like a grown ass man. Um the 9-year-old displaying JCat behavior, pedophilia, all types of stuff, incest, everything bad that you can think of in the world is going on over at TPI. That's why nobody fuck with them for real. That's why there's no money going on over there for real. Every dollar that gets made is going out as fast as it comes in. Nobody's going up in life for a reason. Everything over there is extremely disgusting. He should just come out, because at this point he said enough. Y'all remember that stream he did when he first got out with I think it was Austin McBroom or something like that, but he had him in the cell and was talking about giving him some butt, and then we talked about on one of the streams before about how he was telling Mabu he owed him some butt. He's on Jason Lee talking about, well, we don't feel comfortable. Who is we, sir? You know what I'm saying? He should really just come out and be real about it. Like we talked about before too. Any man that just can't be satisfied with one woman, there's something else going on. That's why Jason Lee love him. You can see it in his eyes. That's why he looks at Blue. I forgot to screen record it, but there is a video. It was from that Jason Lee episode where it was shortly after Junior was born, where Chrisean had on like that orange hoodie thing with the brown leather pants, and she had the hat on trying to dress like Blueface or whatever. And they were talking about Jason Lee's celebrity crush or whatever, and Jason admitted that it was Blueface, and they're kind of going back and forth as if Chrisean already knows that Blueface is gay and him and Jason have something going on the low. And a lot of people missed it. I'm gonna have to go back and find it. I feel like I saved it, but I didn't screen record it. And we'll have to talk about it another day. Good Lord, absolutely. TP Island is the bullshit runs deep over there. It's all this playing that they do on internet and the stuff that gets posted on Instagram and the shade room and stuff like that. All that is covering up for what's truly going on TPI. Because a lot of people think that the stuff that they post on Instagram and Twitch and stuff like that is wild. Once you start getting into what's going on behind the scenes, especially if you've ever been like in a group chat with somebody that's directly in the shit, even though they be lying sometimes too, so a lot of it you just had to take with a grain of salt. But there's so much that gets told about what goes on behind the scenes with these people. And none of it is good. I don't even know how. If I'm being honest for real, I don't really know how any of them have custody of children. Any of them. And that includes Jaden. Because none of this shit is acceptable at all. And it's exhausting sometimes. Sometimes I have to take a break from this stuff, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'll take like a week or two off. There's been times where I've taken a month off and I've had to get caught back up when I return. But there's been quite a few times where I've just had to take a break from this shit because there's just so much that goes on with it. And it gets to a point where it's almost not necessarily overwhelming, but it's draining. Like it is draining. Like the more information you find out about these people and what's truly going on behind the scenes, it's like you just have to take a step away from it. Because it really, like the stuff that actually, the real stuff that goes on behind the scenes, you can joke about it, but none of it is funny for real. And then when you see how they play on the internet to cover up for what's going on behind the scenes, Sometimes it really does just get to be way too much, and you just have to take a step back from it. Um, yeah, it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot. Um, yeah, I've taken quite a few breaks. I think the longest break I ever took was I took like 3 weeks off. I just couldn't do it. Anything pertaining to the circus, I didn't want to see it. If I was scrolling on Instagram and across something, I would just keep scrolling. People would send me stuff, I wouldn't open it. I just couldn't do it. Um, because it truly is disgusting, honestly. It's disgusting to know that people live like this. Nobody has any regard for children. There's people running around with no regard for human life at all. And all of this is over nothing, basically. You know, just the need to make money and be seen. That's it. There's nothing that's coming of it besides that. Um, And then, like I said, to cover up for shit that's happening on the back end, because of course nobody can just own up to the shit that they do and just be accountable for it. You know, we have to portray an image online, even though none of the images are good. So all this extra shit that they do to cover up for what's going on behind the scenes, no image of them is good at all. Um, you know what? I think when all is said and done, and like all this shit gets exposed to the world, because everything has its day. You know, nothing lasts forever. I think when all this shit gets exposed to the world, I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being bigger than the Diddy trial. Honestly. Like with everything that goes on behind the scenes and the amount of crimes that have been committed and lives lost and people hurt and everything else, I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being bigger than the Diddy trial, honestly. It might not be, but I wouldn't be surprised. Um, it's devilish, it consumes your energy, you gotta fall back. Yeah, once I start feeling like I'm losing something by paying attention to this shit, I just take a step back away from it. Um, and then a lot of this shit too. Sometimes like I'll be reading something like Krishan did or Blueface did or something like that. And I feel like I gotta, like, completely get rid of it off my phone. I feel like I have to pray afterwards, everything else, because a lot of this shit is straight up disgusting. It is. Like normal people do not behave like this at all. Um Yeah, Holly weird. And that's the other thing too. Like when people act like the shit that gets exposed about these people is like completely unheard of, they're supposed to be in Hollywood. Like I said, they're just on an island. They're on an island away secluded from everybody else because that's how trash they are. But they're still a part of Hollywood. They might not be rich. They might not have the money that the rest of Hollywood does, but it's right on brand for it. There's nothing really truly unbelievable about anything that goes on with these people. No values, no morals, nothing. None of these people were raised right. It don't matter if you're on Blue's side or Krishan's side, Jaden's side, because Jaden wasn't raised right either. Honestly, she had. It seems like because I don't. When I really think about like Blueface and Krishan, not Krishan, but Blueface and Carlissa or whatever, right? Why is it I get it, like Jaden and Blueface were dating or whatever, but why is another woman so comfortable to say that she raised your child? You know what I'm saying? Like how Carlissa says that she raised Jaden, even though Jaden had a mom, and it seemed like Jaden spent more time over at Carlissa's house than she did at her own house. Even if Blueface was her boyfriend at the time, why was that? You know? And then, like I said, that Arrested Development shit, Miss Hello Kitty and Bratz dolls and Barbies, like, ugh. I've never really got too deep into Jaden's backstory, and I don't think anybody else has either. Um, but I'm kind of interested to know now. Like, the more Jaden talks, the more I'm interested to know what the fuck is wrong with her too. Um, with Junior, I've def get it. Had to stay off YouTube. It got to me bad for a minute. Yeah. I think for me, I've just kinda accepted, the fact that Junior's story is basically already, like, sealed, you know? It's already written, it just is what it is. Um, and like I always say, it's sad, it definitely is. No matter what, it's still a child, you hate to see a child get treated like that. Um, but, you know, he was born to the mother he was for a reason, to the mother he has for a reason. I think Junior's goal is to expose not only Chrisean, but I think Junior's purpose is to expose Blueface and Chrisean's family and everybody else over there for real. I don't think his purpose is just to expose Chrisean. I think it's to expose a lot of people because the way Chrisean has just been able to get away with uh how she's treated her child and everything else, I don't understand it. I think his job is to expose people, to expose what people pay attention to, um, everything. I'm late to the stream. So Krishan Jr. Blueface is not wrong. Yeah, Junior is Blueface's baby. Junior is absolutely a Blueface baby. That's why Blueface took that shit down off his Twitter page saying that he wasn't his son and now he's comfortable being laid up with Krishan and eating DoorDash off her name and shit like that. Um yeah, it's an extremely deep rabbit hole. And like I said, I don't claim to know everything from behind the scenes because I don't. And for me, honestly, I could probably like if I really thought about it, I could probably think of like different situations I have more questions about. But like how I just got done talking about how sometimes I have to take a break from this stuff. Um it's almost like I'm okay with not knowing way too much about what goes on behind the scenes. Um because a lot of stuff to my understanding, a lot of stuff still hasn't been released or exposed and there's a lot of stuff that allegedly is never going to be released for real because it's just too much. Um, and that's saying a lot. Like the shit that goes on behind the scenes is literally so disgusting and so grimy that it'll probably never be released to the public. Um, hmm, yeah. Um, mm, let me see. Let me read like 2 or 3 more comments and then we're gonna get up out of here. Is Jaden mom around? I never seen her. Jaden's mom Jaden's mom used to live in that area, and she used to be the one that watched, Journey and Javon all the time. I wanna say it was sometime while Blue was in prison, but I don't remember exactly when. But she left and she moved somewhere else, and then that shortly after that, that's when Jaden and Carlissa made up, basically because Jaden needed a babysitter. So yeah, her mom used to be around, but yeah, she left while Blueface was in jail. Um, and then like I said, like Jaden's teenage years, the way Carlissa describes it is that she raised Jaden. Um, there was a clip that I saw not too long ago where Carlissa was talking about how Jaden's mom be drunk all the time, and I remember, Krishan's fans used to call that out a lot about how Jaden's mom used to be drunk all the time, but back then, I really didn't pay attention to Jaden's mom like that, like, I would see her, like, if she was in the background or something like that, but, um, Krishan's fans, they used to pay, special attention to Jaden's mom, um and I mean, it would make sense, like, if Jaden's an alcoholic, that shit can get passed down too. If you have parents with addictive personalities, they can pass down alcoholism too. So if she was drunk all the time, that would explain a little something for Jaden, I guess. What's even going on here? I'm new to the channel. Well, welcome. There's a whole lot going on. A whole lot. Um, I kind of just break down situations, I guess I would say. Um, Today we're just breaking down the Ronnie situation. We're talking about everything that people missed that was already on the internet. Right now, I'm about to end the stream in a little bit. So we've covered everything, but uh you can go back and watch the replay. There's a whole lot going on though. Um yeah, make sure you catch the replay. There's a whole whole lot that went on in this live. To be honest, the world is scary nowadays. I don't remember any past days like the days we are living in now. Seriously terrifying. Yeah, and I said the same thing. And me and my husband had this conversation not too long ago. And he told me, he was like, the world has always been a scary place, but now with social media, it's more uh like it's more readily available for everybody to see. So that might be a thing too. Um or it could just be we truly are living in different times and scarier days. I could see where he was coming from with his point too though. Um, Definitely sad, but I agree because that's what's happening. We see how messed up a lot of people are. Yeah, yeah, it's a lot these days, y'all. Um, yeah, stay and see if you like the truth. They will fall like Monopoly at the end. Yeah, it's ever I don't think anybody in this situation is gonna walk away completely unscathed. I don't think anybody in this whole situation is gonna walk away with like a better life or better opportunities or anything else. Like I said, the kids are the ones that are gonna suffer the most. There's not gonna be anything left behind from them. Um, I think Jaden is gonna suffer greatly too because like I said before, um Jaden needs Blueface. She act like she don't know how to live without him for real. Even when Blueface went to prison and Jaden was on baddies and doing these little interviews and stuff like that, a lot of that shit was favors for Blueface. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole Zeus thing, Lemmy Plumber, all that. Um, a lot of this shit was favors. It wasn't based off of Jaden's good personality or anything like that. It was just people doing favors. And then at the time too, she was still riding off the whole Barbie wave. And that's it. Now that that's dried up, don't nobody care about Jaden like that for real, except for her fans. Like somebody came in the. Let me see if I can find this actually. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull something up for y'all. And we can have one good laugh at the end of this live here. Give me a second. Mm-mm-mm. I can't find it. If I find it though, I'll post it at a later time. But um somebody was talking about how they basically looked at my channel, right? And y'all know I'm still basically new to YouTube. I created this channel at some point last year. I made the first post in March, wasn't posting consistently, and I've only been posting consistently for maybe like a month now. But somebody came in my comments and they told me that my views and my subscriber count match my content. Um and that Jaden was going up and she had all these new followers and stuff like that, right? But the thing is she doesn't, because all those followers that Jaden has on Twitch, they're people that already knew Jaden. They've already been following Jaden, they've already been rooting for Jaden. She's not collecting anybody new for real. There's some people that kind of like with the same way they did with Chrisean, they switched up kinda, right? So at first they didn't really care about Jaden, but they already knew who she was. But since they're also messy and don't value anything in life for real or any shit that like they don't hold anything that's actually important to a high standard, they look at the shit Jaden does do and they hype it up, right? Um, But yeah, Jaden is not she's not amassing like a whole new fan base or anything like that. So once everything is said and done, she's gonna have to figure out what she gonna do too. Because Jaden, to me, Jaden is not, like I said, the Arrested Development shit. When it comes to like actual grown women for real, Jaden ain't on that type of time. Her fan base, y'all know how Krishan's fan base is like a bunch of old women that like see themselves in Krishan. Jaden's fan base is a bunch of baby mamas that got treated the same way she does. They're not older than Jaden. They're all in the same age range, but they got treated the same way Jaden does. And somehow they convinced themselves that that man loved them for real. And so they do the same set shit with Jaden. They commiserate with her. That's Jaden's fan base. So she hasn't amassed like a whole new group of people or anything. I enjoy your content. Thank you. Uh, I enjoy your content. I follow you on Twitter too. Oh, thanks, girl. I cut up on Twitter sometimes for real. I have to censor myself over here. I love Twitter. If y'all don't follow me, Twitter is I can post quick there. We have a quick key or whatever. Sometimes it goes viral. Honestly, I hate going viral on Twitter. I really do. Especially like when I make tweets that have like 10,000 likes on it and all that shit, and people get in the comments and they start crying and calling me a hater and, oh, you're just hating on Chrisean, or you're hating on Jaden, or da 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 da. Like, ugh. Sandy, I just showed you. Like, you didn't want to put the pieces together, or did you not watch the whole live yet? Which one? I'll give you a chance since it's the end of the live. I won't put Nino on you just yet. Yeah, the meet and greet. A lot of this shit, like I said, a lot of this shit is disgusting, but a lot of it is funny too. A lot of it is extremely funny. Just if you sit back and you just look at the delusion of everything, sometimes a lot of it is hilarious. It really is. Um, I like Jay, but she loses me. Yeah, and like I said, I've said it a few times over here. I was never a fan of Jaden, but I was rooting for her. Um, and a lot of people think I'm just a Jaden hater for real. But it really is her behavior has changed. She's showing her hand now, and she really is. She's losing me, completely losing me. She's completely lost me at this point. Um, I definitely had higher hopes for her. I thought she was gonna do better, but I guess not. She gotta want to do better for herself though. Yeah, I think you just came in at the end of the chat, but at the end of the live. Watch the replay though. 'Cause yeah, you missed something. Yeah, you did. Um, the Section A EBT fan bases. Yeah, yeah. There's nothing special about Jaden's fan base. Like I told y'all yesterday about how that girl got in my comments and told me that the only way um somebody could be embarrassed is if they feel embarrassed. So Blueface isn't embarrassing Jaden because Jaden doesn't feel embarrassed. That type of delusional bullshit. That's the same shit that Krishan's fans be saying about her. That's the same type of bullshit. Um mm-mm. No problem, Sandy. Um yeah, she's content with it and she's gonna suffer for it. That I want anybody that's a J cat, because y'all know that's y'all name now. Anybody that's a J cat in the chat, and y'all don't like the fact that I'm talking about Jaden and y'all think that I'm hating on her and blah blah blah. I want y'all to remember this. Because soon before long, Jaden is gonna have a whole mess to clean up by herself. And she's gonna have to go through it by herself for real. I can see it now because Carlissa ain't gonna be worried with her or anything else. She's gonna have to go through it by herself for real. And when y'all are feeling sorry for Jaden, I want y'all to think that think about the fact that she chose to stay connected to all this mess and just make it harder for herself at a later date. Because she is not going to be winning in this situation, just like nobody else is gonna win in this situation. Her giving him head on, yeah, yeah. And if y'all remember too, because not only did Jaden give Blueface head on live, y'all remember probably back in like maybe 2022, maybe early 2023. I don't know. It was when Chrisean was still living in the house with Blueface, though. Y'all remember when Blueface gave Chrisean head on live? And she put the camera down to his face and that nigga looked disgusted. Y'all remember that? I know somebody in the chat had to remember that. One of y'all been here long enough. Oh yeah, that happened too. Yeah, that happened. You remember it, Spoiled Rotten? That happened. Blueface, Chrisean was trying. Y'all remember back when Chrisean was still living in the house with Jaden. She used to do little stuff to try to one up her or basically make herself feel better. Like, I got your nigga, ha ha ha. And one day Chrisean decided that Blueface was gonna give her head on live. She panned the camera down at his face. That man looked disgusted. But he was still doing it though. That's how nasty all these people are. Once again, Junior, at least Junior ain't gonna have to look back at none of this shit. Junior ain't gonna have to worry about carrying his mama's legacy or anything like that. But one day, Javon is gonna have to look back and see all this shit. Journey is gonna have to look back and see all this shit. You know, who's really and truly in a winning position at all times, you know? Winning positions and losing positions. Nobody's winning anything, but everybody's losing. So as much as people like to sit up and act like Jaden got the upper hand on anything, Jaden is gonna have a huge mess to clean up by herself because Blueface is not gonna be around to help her deal with it. And she gonna have to hold that. When her kids are in therapy and everything else, and her kids grow up and they're still acting out, she's gonna have to deal with all that on her own. The real shit, the important shit that matters, they don't think about this shit. It's always, how can I one up the next bitch regarding Blueface gay ass? That's what it is at all times. And they wonder why nobody was checking for Jaden while Blue was locked up. Exactly. Like I said, all she had was Buki while Blue was locked up. That was it. Ain't nobody worried about Jaden for real, because look at the shit that she's still attached to. No man or woman really wants to be attached to anybody that's attached to the shit Jaden is. That's why I say, if Jaden ever really wants to, really truly honestly wants to be in a new relationship and upgrade her life and stuff like that, she would have to completely separate herself from the circus. And then she would have to go through all kinds of therapy and everything else, because something is wrong with Jaden mentally. There is. To me, there's no doubt about that anymore. Something is wrong with her mentally too. And she has some shit that she needs to work on. Mm. Oh, thank you for subscribing. And that's true. I don't necessarily like, if people have different opinions or anything like that than me, I don't get mad at people for their opinions. My irritation comes when you get disrespectful with it. I guess I'll say that. The problem comes in if you're ever disrespectful with it. So I don't necessarily get mad at people for having their own opinions. Um like, if you like Jaden and I don't, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, right? Not to say that's what you're speaking on, but that's just an example. But yeah, stuff like that isn't a problem. All I ask is that people keep it cute and keep it respectful in my house, basically, you know? And that's from That's from YouTube to X. Just keep it respectful in my house. That's it. I don't mind you know, having a conversation about different opinions or anything like that. We just got to keep it respectful. Um yeah, they Krishan and Blueface used to do the most on live. The absolute most. Um and then y'all remember the sex tape too, cottage cheese falling out of Krishan. Um a lot has went on. Yeah, it's very embarrassing for Javon. It is. And one day it's gonna be embarrassing for Journey too. And those are really the only two kids, because even Superior, he might get a little something. You know, your mama's a hoe, you know? But when it comes to Javon and Journey, them kids are gonna have like just a whole fully loaded arsenal of stuff that can be used against Javon and Journey and who their parents are for real. And like I said, Junior ain't gonna have to worry about it. Superior might get the your mama's a hoe thing, but that's it. Javon and Journey, whoo. Uh, but yeah, shout out to the Porter kids. They're the winning ones. Um, I don't subscribe to BS, especially a motherfucker playing in my face. I wish I would. Yeah, that's true. Um, that's and that's the crazy part is that Jaden's fans were all in the comments are like, "Oh, Blue's so mad. Jaden finally got one up, blah blah blah." But then look how the bodyguard played with Jaden too. It's almost like the little baby situation with Krishan all over again. Like, yeah, I did something with her, but I ain't with her for real. You ain't got to worry about it. I got a little head and got the fuck on. That's basically what the bodyguard pretty much said. That's the same thing little baby said too, except little baby didn't admit to the head. We had to find out another way. But it's the same vibes. It's the same vibes. Um, exactly. When y'all come in, take y'all shoes off. Just keep it respectful. Get y'all party favors, whatever y'all need to enjoy help enjoy the show. And just enjoy. And like I said, like I always say, if y'all don't like it, whatever, y'all never have to let me know. I'll never be offended if y'all just dip out. It's okay. It really is. Yeah, cottage cheese. If y'all ever want to see Jaden and Blue, not Jaden, Krishan and Blue's sex tape, I'm pretty sure it's still on Twitter, or y'all can Google it or something. But it's extremely disgusting. And Krishan swore and I don't know if Krishan is still running around saying this these days, but y'all remember when Krishan used to always be like, "Oh, I got this good creamy coochie." All that bullshit, right? That was discharge and yeast and infection. I've never seen nothing like that coming out of nobody. And she was saying, and then Blueface nasty ass. I remember one time he was comparing Jaden to Krishan, and he was like, one's a creamer and one's a squirter. Krishan is full of yeast and disease and infection. She's not a creamer. That is quite literally yeast and discharge. That shit was clumpy. It was just falling out of her like cottage cheese. It was nasty. It was disgusting. And she swore she was doing her biggest one. She released it on Jaden's birthday and everything, right? And the crazy part about it was Krishan swore she was doing her biggest one. Like, oh, it's all good and creamy. And I remember when Krishan first leaked this shit, the comments were literally talking about how disgusting Krishan was, but they were like hyping up Blueface because he's well endowed or whatever. But all the comments about Krishan were asking what that was coming out of her and everything. If y'all ever want to go see it, y'all just want a little entertainment or something, don't eat first. Please don't eat first. But just go take a look at it. It really is a sight to see. And I'll give y'all another piece of tea, and this will be the last thing that I say, and then I'm gonna end the stream. Supposedly, Krishan's dad watched that sex tape too. I don't know if he did anything else. I don't know if he did anything to himself with it, but supposedly he watched the sex tape. And the way Carlissa be talking, I feel like she did too. Just to put the little cherry on top of how disgusting TP Island is. Carlissa and Eugene Malone watching the Blueface and Krishan sex tape. They seen all the cottage cheese falling out, all that, right? That's the last thing I'm gonna leave y'all with. We might possibly do a live tomorrow. I don't know yet. I might take tomorrow off and then just release a video or something. I'll let y'all know though. Thank y'all for coming out. Oh, y'all are disgusted in the chat. Y'all didn't like that? um Thank y'all for coming out and chilling with me for over 4 hours now. It was a good live. Um I might see y'all tomorrow, I might not, but don't forget to like the live on your way out. Share, subscribe if you're new in, and I'll see y'all on the next one. Bye.